Reconvened meeting of the Standing Committee of Finance and Services to order. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Robertson is not in the chamber. Councillor Louie. Present. Councillor Stevenson is in the chair. Councillor Deal. Here. Councillor Jang is on leave of absence. Councillor Reimer is on leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Meggs is not in the chamber. Councillor Ball is on medical leave. Councillor Carr. Here. Councillor Affleck. Here. Councillor DeGenova. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Regarding item 3, taxi service review and report back, Council received a presentation on this matter at the regular Council meeting on October the 20th. At that time, there were a number of questions by Councillor Carr to staff, and if staff could give us those answers now, please.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. Andrea Toma, the Director in Licensing. We have 4 questions that came to us from Councillor Carr, so I'm just going to repeat the questions and our response to it. On recommendations B3 and B5, note 2 and 3, the question was, how prevalent is this problem or complaint of taxi drivers not helping individuals with belongings? The answer is quite infrequently. Based on the complaint available data we have, we estimate that fewer than 10 complaints are received on this issue per year. The next question, what if the taxi can't park for the time it takes to take the belongings to the door? A taxi would not get a ticket. We have checked in regards to our streets traffic bylaw. If the taxi has a wheelchair accessible placard, they may park in the no parking zone for 30 minutes. If the taxi can demonstrate that they are assisting a passenger, staff will not enforce the no stopping restrictions. Question number 3 on recommendation B9 and B13. Has there been any analysis of whether the 38 suburban part-time peak weekend time licenses in the downtown entertainment district will lead to increased illegal pickups? No, we have not done that type of analysis. We have no means of conducting or collecting the reliable data and doing the modeling. However, at your direction, we can implement an enforcement program that will give us a better understanding of the type of violations, who is conducting this type of behavior outside of licensing regulations, and where in the city this is most prevalent. Question number 4, can we delay the recommendation B9 until we put a data monitoring system, B13, in place? Council could delay the issuance of the licenses by extending the moratorium until the data monitoring system are purchased and operational. However, we recommend against the delay. The process to search, scope, procure, install, and test the data monitoring system is on a long timeline as per the recommendation, and would delay the implementation of the taxi service. However, while not as comprehensive as a GPS-driven data enforcement measure, we could be directed to take additional enforcement action, and we're ready to monitor the illegal pickups of taxis in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now begin to hear from speakers, starting with speaker number 1 in just a moment. But just to note that speakers can monitor the progress of this meeting via the video link on the city website, and updates on where we are on the speakers list are available on Twitter, for those who are on Twitter, by following the user @VanCityClerk, @VanCityClerk. I also would like to remind the speakers that they have 5 minutes maximum to speak. There will be a warning light come on that you'll see at the 4-minute mark, and we do have a great many speakers and are wanting to have this decision tonight. So if there are speakers ahead of you that say everything that you want to say, you might take a pass or just come up and say, I agree. Finally, the podium here, for many of you who have not been here before, goes up and down. So if you're very tall, you can move it all the way. There's a little button on the right-hand side, and staff will help you with that. And then if you need to lower it, you can lower it right down again. Makes it much easier. The mic is the one with a little red light. There's a reading light as well, but the mic has a little red light, so that's what you'll be speaking into. So, starting with Michael Van Hemmen, our first speaker. Good evening. There we are. Worked perfectly, you see?
There, look at that for a tall guy.
Yeah.
Well, through the chair, good evening, councillors. My name is Michael Van Hemmen, and I'm Public Policy Manager for Uber Canada, based here in Vancouver. I'm pleased to speak to council in support of staff's recommendation to report back on a ride-sharing plan in 1 to 3 months. Ride-sharing, for those who may be unaware, is when drivers who have been vetted through a thorough screening process offer rides in their personal vehicles to riders via smartphone application. It's a global phenomenon with numerous companies providing the technology in countries around the world. Uber, which was co-founded by a Canadian, Garrett Camp, is one of the leading technology companies in this new industry. We currently have operations in more than 340 cities in 64 countries around the world. Here in Canada, our service is offered in more than 30 municipalities. Since launching ride-sharing, or UberX as it is called on our platform, riders and drivers have responded in droves. After only 1 year of UberX operating in Canada, Uber now completes more than 1 million rides per month, has over 500,000 registered riders, over 20,000 independent contractor driver partners, and sees demand doubling every 4 to 6 months. We see similar interest here in British Columbia. A recent poll of 500 Lower Mainland residents found 70% support for allowing ride-sharing companies to operate in British Columbia. In September alone, 25,000 people opened the app in the province. If you look back to January, 125,000 visitors to the province who are identified as visitors by the prefix on their area code have tried to find an Uber in British Columbia. And tens of thousands of people have signed petitions and written personal emails to Premier Clark, Minister Stone, and this City Council calling for ride sharing in Vancouver and across BC. Given the dual regulation of transportation at both the provincial and municipal level, it is important that both orders of government be engaged. The province should take a significant leadership role so that the City of Vancouver and numerous other communities across the province can experience the benefits of ride sharing. And there are significant benefits, including improved, affordable transportation options with average wait times under 5 minutes, flexible income opportunities for drivers, fewer alcohol-related driving incidences, improved environmental outcomes, and expanded service to underserved neighborhoods. Given the limited time, I'll quickly touch on 2 of those benefits. Ride-sharing and utilizing mobile technology to connect riders and drivers can have a significant positive impact on the environment, as ride-sharing enables people to become less reliant on personal automobiles. An independent study in the reported in the LA Times said that 22% of Uber users in the US, aged 18 to 64, are putting off purchasing a vehicle due to the availability of ride-sharing. In addition, in city after city, we find that ride-sharing becomes an important part of the first mile, last mile solution for public transit. In Edmonton, where we've been operating for almost a year, 36% of our trips start or end within 400 meters of an LRT station. And of those trips, 90% end where public transit is not readily available. Data like this is why the Suzuki Foundation, in its recent climate change submission to the provincial government, supported ride-sharing as an environmentally friendly and affordable transportation option. Ride-sharing can also help individuals and families better afford living in the city in 2 ways. First, it provides a flexible income opportunity. For example, right now in Toronto, by working about 10 hours a week, an individual can make more than $10,000 a year. That extra income is a meaningful difference for Vancouverites who make on average about $49,000 a year. More importantly, there is no fixed schedule. Drivers can go onto the platform when they want, and this income opportunity fits around what you already have planned. Second, transportation is British Columbians' second largest household expense. With rates about 40% below existing options, ride-sharing gives riders an affordable transportation alternative and can significantly reduce the need for owning a second car, or even a primary car. More than 65 jurisdictions across the United States, including Bellingham, Washington, have adopted a ride-sharing regulatory model to embrace these benefits. Toronto recently proposed adopting similar rules. They understand that this business model is safe, affordable, convenient, reliable, and what residents want. Mayor and Council can embrace technology, new business models, and public demand by instructing staff to quickly move forward in a collaborative fashion with the province and industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I should have also said that many speakers will be asked questions by council, so if you could just stay at the podium and I'll let you know if there are questions. And in this case, you have a number of questions. First of all is Councillor Deal. Okay, then Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I just have some questions in general about Uber and ride sharing. My first question is, that I know that you use individuals who own cars and they have a Class 5 driver's license. So is it legal for them in BC right now to actually participate as drivers in rideshare?
So we're having conversations with the provincial government around which class of license is appropriate. It varies by jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So for example, in Ontario, there isn't that difference. In Alberta, there is a Class 4 versus a Class 5 driver's license, but a Class 4 driver's license specifically refers to a taxi, and a Class 5 license, as it does in BC, allows for some level of compensation, but it's capped. So that's part of the conversation that we'll be having with the.
Okay, so you would need a change in the law.
I would say it's a conversation that we're having with the provincial government.
But my understanding is that if drivers right now are Class 5 and they participate as drivers in rideshare, that they are not allowed to pick up passengers. They're not vehicles for hire, right?
So yeah, they're not vehicles for hire.
Okay, yeah, good. In terms of the kind of vehicles that you have, I mean, one thing that we've got with the current taxi industry is a real movement towards accessible vehicles as well as green vehicles. Mm-hmm. Is there any policies around that with Uber?
Absolutely. So we have partnerships with various automakers across the United States, and we're looking at those in Canada as well to encourage the adoption of more green vehicles, so higher fuel efficient vehicles. And that makes sense for drivers as well, because then they're able to make more money. Their costs are lower. On the accessibility front, because people are using their personal vehicles on the platform, that naturally isn't a product that fits within the portfolio. However, we want to be able to facilitate transportation for all types of people, including those who have mobility challenges. And so we're piloting right now a couple of different ways that we can bring those types of vehicles onto the platform.
Okay, and what kind of training do you provide to the drivers of vehicles that might sign up to drive for Uber?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So driver quality is done in kind of two ways at Uber. So the first way is that when someone registers to drive for the platform, they're given a range of videos ranging from how to use the app to how to assist people who may have someone who have a collapsible wheelchair in order to be able to get that into the back of a vehicle. From that all the way through to, at the end of every trip, you rate the driver and the driver rates the rider. And so we see that that's actually a huge benefit for quality for passengers. Actually, there was a report actually just out today from the City of Ottawa who's going through a similar process. And the focus group, which is again run by the City of Ottawa, found that the quality of drivers on the Uber platform from the focus group participants is significantly higher than what they'd experienced from other alternative options. And so we see that across the board, is that people enjoy taking Uber because of the quality of the driver that they experience, and the interaction that they have.
Now, if there is a problem, in what way does Uber monitor that problem? In what way do they, for example, deal with the driver in a way that, I mean, I hesitate to use the word disciplinary action, but is there a possibility for that kind of thing, or for additional training, or in any way to try and mitigate a problem from happening again?
So absolutely. So the first step, as I mentioned, is the feedback. So before you can actually take your next trip, you have to give feedback in the app. If you give someone less than 3 stars or less out of 5, we actually require that you provide a reason why. So we can share that information with the driver, and so that the driver can be told, well, what went wrong? Like, well, how can I do better next time? In addition to that, if a driver's rating continues to slip lower and lower, there's the opportunity for office hours that we have through our partner support centers, where our operations teams talk them through some of the listings that have happened and can provide sources for them to improve their quality, or potentially maybe it may be that that person just doesn't find this as a fulfilling type of opportunity and decides that maybe I should go try something else, and that's something that happens as well.
And where you do operate, how often do the riders actually provide Uber with the feedback if they rated a driver of 3 or less with the reasons why they did?
Very, very frequently, very frequently. So if you were to, I would say that the riders and the drivers have both embraced the system. It's a system of accountability and checks that encourage better behavior, and I think everyone wants good service and everyone wants to provide good service, so it's very regular. I forgot to mention as well, if you rate someone 1 star out of 5, that you won't actually be paired again, so you won't have to have that kind of interaction that led to that.
But will the driver continue?
Excuse me, Councillor Carr, that's your time. Thank
Oh,
you.
it is. Okay, thank you.
Oh, we can
Thanks.
touch base later, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Mayor Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here. Just as I've talked about, you talked about, Vancouver doesn't directly regulate the taxi industry or ride sharing. That's the primary responsibility is with the BC government and the Passenger Transportation Bureau and Ministry of Transportation in particular. I'm curious what the latest is in your exchanges with the BC government. What can you update us on how that discussion is going with the minister and the PTB?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to speak for the minister of that, but I would say that we've had some positive discussions with the provincial government, and hopefully, like as we have with the city and with city staff here as well, that those can continue, and that if council were to adopt this motion, I think that sends a signal as well to the province that, hey, let's continue to have this conversation and let's have your officials be involved in that discussion as well. I think they would be receptive to that.
So are you expecting approval from the BC government in the near term, or what is your next step? Are you waiting before you do anything until you have the green light from the province?
This is my next step right now, and then after that, we're to continue to engage both with the staff here and with the province on this.
And what's the timeline you're looking at with the province in terms of their process?
The same as it is with the city here, as soon as possible. We'd like to keep moving forward on this. Vancouver is the largest city in North America without, or Metro Vancouver is the largest area without ride sharing present, and we know that people really want it. So let's work together in a collaborative fashion to try to make that happen. I think there's receptiveness to that.
And in terms of your work with the BC government, is it the Minister of Transportation that you're dealing with directly on this, or is it someone else?
So it'd be both at the political level and at the staff level where we're engaging.
So are you anticipating a political decision to advance things, or does it rely on the PTB? Or
I wouldn't want to speak for the minister or anyone at the political level, but we are engaging both at the political level and at the staff level as well. So not even just with the PTB, but also with the policy department within the Department of Transportation, who would be more involved with that, as the PTB is a tribunal that makes decisions based upon the act and the regulations as they are today. So it's more within the policy branch and within the political level that we'd be engaging.
And how would you characterize their primary concern about making changes or giving the green light to Uber?
I don't know if I'd want to be in a position to try to characterize what they've said. I'll leave that to them.
Okay. Question on the insurance side of it. Are you dealing with ICBC on the insurance and drivers being insured?
Yeah. So maybe if you'll allow me, I'll talk about insurance, how we deal with that in the rest of the country, and then talk a little bit about British Columbia. So every trip is insured across Canada. We have a $5 million contingent liability policy, which works in conjunction with the driver's primary policy. And that's operating right now in provinces where there is private insurance. And so we'd have to find a solution in British Columbia that works within this construct. And so we're continuing our exploration of that and doing so with some urgency on our own end.
So that's a separate conversation with ICBC to address the insurance?
Yes, that would be a conversation not just with ICBC, I think, but again with the government as a whole.
So there's, at the political level, on all these fronts.
Absolutely, I think there needs to be a signal from the province on how they want to deal with this. The same as the city's trying to figure that out as well.
Right. And are they giving any indication? Are they saying we're talking weeks or months or years in terms of their decision on moving things?
We're urging them to move as quickly as possible.
Okay. And is your sense that it would require a change in the legislation by the BC legislature, or can this be a regulatory change by the minister?
There's a couple of options that the minister has that they could look at, and so, yeah, I'd leave it there. There could be a couple of options that he has.
Okay. Maybe while I have time, just a quick update on what is Uber in terms of the mothership, the big company. What is the nature? What's the scale of the organization? And I mean, obviously you're all over the world now, but that Uber organization, how big is it now, and how involved is it in the cities that you operate?
Very, very involved. So we're doing millions of trips every day. We have over 1 million driver partners around the world. If you look at kind of the visitors who come to Vancouver and open the app, the first place where they're from typically is from the U.S. The second and third are China and the UK. You know, so people around the world are experiencing this. And again, it's not just Uber. We're the only ones who are now in Canada. But if you were to go down to Seattle, you'd see Lyft as well. If you were to go to China, you'd see Didi. If you'd go to India, you'd see Ola and other companies providing this service as well. This is something that's happening around the world, and something that we hope that Vancouver and British Columbia and the government of British Columbia will embrace.
Okay, that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mayor Robertson. Councillor Meigs.
Thanks very much. Similar vein, not asking you to probe the minister's mind, but, you know, in other jurisdictions, Uber hasn't waited for regulatory authorities to make any decision. You've simply gone ahead, not here. The minister's been crystal clear that you would have to go through the PTB as things stand. Is your company committed to following the laws of the province when it comes to launching your service?
We're absolutely committed to following the regular environment as it falls in place. And so what we find is that in jurisdiction after jurisdiction, we actually fall into an unregulated space. And that's been found by a couple of judges across Canada now.
But not here. Here, there's a number of court decisions setting out the regulatory space, and you haven't launched. It's the only place in North America. You're talking about Metro. Will you commit tonight that you will not launch until you have appropriate policy direction from the provincial government?
So I would say that in British Columbia, there hasn't been a decision that says that we're captured by the current regulatory framework.
No, I'm asking you what your corporate policy is. Will you respect the laws of the province and not launch until there's a policy in place?
So absolutely, our intent, we follow laws. Absolutely.
Good to know.
As I've explained here, is that if there is a space in which we fall, in which we aren't captured, then absolutely, then we're not captured by the existing regulatory framework. So I'm trying to be as clear with you as well.
You're not succeeding completely in being clear, but you know the regulatory space here is that vehicles for hire are regulated by the City of Vancouver and by the PTB. But what I've heard you say is that Uber will not launch until there's a legal way for you to do so. Am I wrong?
I would say we don't have a date set for launching at this time. We're trying to work collaborative. No, but seriously, we've been very patient. Council set a direction a year ago in order to come back at this point in time, talking about the benefits of ride sharing. And we've been a part of that process, working collaboratively. And I think staff would tell you that as well. We've been at the table being productive. And we're hoping that we'll be able to move forward here in short order.
Speaking for myself, I appreciate your engagement, and the transparency of that process was not something that was welcomed by all the stakeholders, but it turned out, as according to the staff report, to be positive. I just think that what I'm reading in the staff report is that the next stage, and you've referenced this yourself, the engagement you require with the province, the fact that you anticipate it being a Metro Vancouver market, that you have issues with ICBC and so forth, that this falls to the Ministry of Transportation, as you've indicated, to create a policy framework, which is not yet in place. And so, you know, what staff are proposing, this roundtable process continue, perhaps with more leadership and involvement from Victoria. And it sounds like you would welcome that.
So we would absolutely welcome more engagement from the province to create a framework that embraces this. And there's 65 jurisdictions who've done so already, so in the US alone, and there's other countries and cities around the world. So it's not as though there is not a model to follow. There is a model to follow, and we hope that they would choose to do so.
But you're not going to launch until you see that model in place, and the Minister of Transportation indicates that this is the door you must go through.
So we're continuing to work collaboratively with both the city and the province, and hope to continue doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. Councillor Deal now.
Thank you very much. The issue of accessibility was touched upon, and I want to dig down into that a little bit more. According to this report, current cab usage is about approximately 12% is using the accessibility option that we have worked with the taxi industry to enforce and to ensure is there. And that's certainly going to go up with an aging population. So what measures does Uber have in place to guarantee that a minimum of 12% of your vehicles in Vancouver would be accessible for people using wheelchairs?
So so we're not able to ensure that through normal ride-sharing principles. So if you were to think around your average citizen, they typically don't have accessible vehicles, right? So if you think
So 12% of the population and increasing as we age will have nothing to ensure that Uber serves their needs?
No, sorry, you didn't let me finish. I was talking about the traditional ride-sharing model, which is people using their own personal vehicles in order to provide and offer service. Right? So there just aren't that many already out there. So what we've had to do in jurisdictions where we are providing this service is we're piloting in a couple of different cities, as we've discussed with staff, opportunities where there's either a cross-subsidy or a different initiative in order to partner with a company that does provide that type of service on the platform. So that through the platform, people are still able to provide accessible service. So the example of this and the pilot project that's probably going one of the best is in Austin. And so that's a model that we're still testing out. Ride sharing we've only been doing ride sharing for a little over 3 years now. So this is something definitely new, and we're trying to do our best to figure out different ways to serve different customers.
And the training for your drivers to assure, you said that there's a video that they can observe to learn how to use a folding chair, how to fold one and put it in the car?
Yep.
There's no person, you don't have a single day of hands-on training?
So there isn't a formal in-person training program. We as well have partner support centers in cities that we operate in order to help facilitate quality. But I would be happy to, as well, to provide you the report that the City of Ottawa just put out as well around their discussions around quality and customer service and how people are served.
Okay.
You'll see that time and time again. It's that people who offer service through ride sharing receive excellent quality marks, and that is a result of the feedback.
Okay, and do you have any other services or training around people who might have, say, other disabilities such as visual impairment?
Yeah, that's a great question. So within the app, we actually have features that work for the visually impaired and actually hard of hearing as well. So there's actually a program called Beethoven that allows drivers even, so people who are offering service have a vehicle but maybe hard of hearing, that they can actually offer service through the app. If you were to order a ride and have a ride accepted from one of these individuals, you get a notification on your app to say that the driver is hard of hearing. You get a notification as well saying, please don't call, send a text message so that you're communicating through your driver through appropriate means that way.
Okay, that's great. But if your riders are out there when they choose to be out there, then you have no assurance that those services will be available at any given time. Is that correct?
So for ride sharing, absolutely, people have the flexibility to serve and to drive when they want. And so that as a business, that's our challenge and our opportunity is to encourage people to be out there. And we're so far doing a very good job at
the customer has no guarantees that those services will be available.
So our average ETA across the city of Toronto right now is under 5 minutes. Even if you were to go out as far as Oakville, so if you'd figure Langley to the city of Vancouver, our average wait time for a passenger is 7 minutes.
Requires that service?
For who requires
The Beethoven service?
a vehicle?
No. I'm asking specifically about people with particular needs.
Okay, which needs?
We just went through them, visual impairment being one
Yeah,
of them.
absolutely. So a person with a visual impairment is able to go into an existing vehicle.
But you can't say that this is a 5 minute because you don't know if the people with that training or that program in their vehicle is on the road.
So a person with a visual impairment would be able to order order a normal Uber X.
Okay, but the driver is not necessarily trained in dealing with someone who might have visual.
So the drivers first would have seen the driver training video in order to be able to serve that customer to know to get out of the.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Out of the car.
As you know, we're also looking at a minimum number of bike racks on vehicles. So what is Uber's policy on ensuring that you have a minimum number of bike racks on your vehicles?
So we don't have requirements for our drivers to have bike racks on their vehicles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much for coming. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. One is a follow-up on your answers to Councillor Carr, and that is you had mentioned sort of your rating system. If you receive under 3 stars, you ask why, and if you need to have a face-to-face meeting, you do so. I'm just wondering, you had mentioned that some of the drivers, maybe they find that they're not suited to Uber. Can Uber, if need be, and if there's a number of reviews that aren't positive, strip them of their privileges of being an Uber driver?
Yeah, so absolutely, if there's an incident that requires that, there's terms of service that the drivers need to follow, and if they're a low enough a rating, or if there's a specific incident that would require them to be removed, then there's a conversation to do so.
Okay, and then also just a question is that you were talking about how Uber currently is looking into sort of means of accessibility, different types and modes of accessible vehicles, I suppose, for people with visual impairments or different types of disabilities, because there's disabilities beyond just wheelchair accessibility. I'm wondering if Uber is also in tandem looking at a program like the program that Vancouver taxis have right now, Act, Listen, Learn, where there would have to be specific training if you wanted to be considered an accessible vehicle.
So at this point in time, we don't have a program like that. We are solely training and providing information to drivers through video, and then in person through the Partner Support Center.
Would this be something that you think, as you move forward with accessibility, Uber may consider looking into?
I would want to take that back to the team to see how we would respond to that. I think one of the features of this is that it's say you're going from Langley to downtown and you're willing to accept some rides along the way. This is a way to remove vehicles from the road and to encourage people to share a ride and do so. So to require everyone to come in place and in person to get training would be something that could create a barrier to that. And if quality can be achieved, as we've seen so far, through other means that are easier to complete, then we would probably want to consider those options instead.
Okay, and through your consultation, Councillor Affleck and I sit as the liaisons to the Persons with Disabilities Committee here at the City, the Advisory Committee. I'm just wondering if that is something that, have you approached the committee or at the City asked for any input from the committee on?
So there were members, I believe there were members of the committee at the roundtable, and I did meet with one individually and corresponded a couple of times on a number of issues related to ride sharing, as well as she was doing a report on that.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep my questions to a minimum because you've been up there for a while, and we'll be here till 2 in the morning at this rate. You mentioned 70% support for ride sharing, but does that ride sharing, does that data include non-driver cars, like, or driver, like share, like Modo and those kind of organizations?
So I'm happy to pass along the poll to councillors. I believe the question actually specifically referred to Uber, or the question proceeding directly related to Uber.
Obviously, we have a complicated system here in BC and Vancouver with all the different levels of government and the basic approval process. Is there a market that's similar to that anywhere that Uber is already in and succeeded at getting in?
So Saskatchewan would be similar, but once again, we're not operating there right now.
But nowhere that you're operating where you have the kind of
not in Canada. I couldn't speak internationally, but in Canada, BC is unique.
So the United States, where they've had, we see these stories coming out, say, Vancouver, Washington, which recently approved Uber. They found a way to work with the cabs companies very clearly. I mean, can you give us an example of where the Uber relationship with the cab companies has really worked and they've succeeded at both prospering?
So I would say there's actually a couple of examples where we've both been prospering. So part of my region is Denver, Colorado. And so I was just recently there. So we've been operating in Colorado now for 3 years, and have been operating ride sharing for the last 2 years. In each of those years, taxi trips have gone up. And so that's been a factor of one, the economy in Colorado has been doing well, but two as well is that taxi has been competing and doing well. There's actually a story in Metro in Edmonton on Sunday about co-op cabs in Edmonton. And there they were describing how when we initially launched in Edmonton, that they did see a dip in ridership as you would kind of expect at the beginning, because there's only so many people who know about the service and they might have been taking taxi before. But since February of that, so since after 3 months of a launch, that their business has come back, and now they're right back on track to where they were before. So those are two kind of more anecdotes, but what we see in general is that ride sharing really grows the pie. It's not people who are looking for taxi rides in general, but it's people who are replacing trips that they would take with their personal vehicle before.
That's what I was going to ask next. I mean, in those same markets, do you have data where you show that car sales have declined and people are moving into from 2 cars, or in sometimes in the United States, 3 or 4 cars per family, down to 1?
Yeah, so we talked a little bit about the independent survey that was reported in the LA Times, about 22% putting off the purchase of a vehicle, so that would be one place. If you were to look at LA, or even there was data released from New York City over the last while as well, that shows that there is a significant increase in the pie, especially in areas that have been maybe less served due to supply constraints, parts of the city that might not have been served as well by other modes of transportation.
Obviously, this is a controversial issue. Home sharing is another area where we're seeing with the disruptive technology, but less controversial. Why do you think Airbnb is not facing the same kind of pressure that it seems that ride sharing is facing?
They're not disrupting a supply managed industry, I think is probably the simplest answer.
So what does that mean?
So right now there isn't a cap that says you can't build any more hotels, or you can't provide other service in many jurisdictions. There isn't, and so I think that's one reason why.
Okay, thanks very much.
So finally, we have Councillor Louie. Everyone had a question or 2 or 3 for you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, there is a cap on how many hotels you can build. That's what council's job is, set land use, make land use decisions. So just to correct the record for what you said. Couple of questions for you. Describe to me the training that your drivers go through.
So when a driver registers, after they provide their documents, they're sent the videos in order to follow, to 1, learn how to use the app, and 2, how to learn to serve customers. And so it's through videos.
Specifically for the driving portion of it, not the app operation.
Oh, so they're driving their own personal vehicle, so we're not providing training in how to drive their own personal.
So there's no defensive driving course or any of that?
There isn't in Canada, no.
No, for you, not in Canada. I wasn't speaking about Canada, I was speaking for Uber.
So for Uber in Canada, there's no defensive driving.
But there is in other jurisdictions?
Not that I'm aware of, but
So there isn't any?
I know of Canada, so I can speak to Canada.
Okay. In terms of insurance, you spoke a little bit earlier about $5 million worth of insurance, but not in BC.
So it's a $5 million contingent liability policy, and it's operating in the provinces in which we operate right now. So that'd be Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta.
But not in BC?
Not right now, yeah. No.
Okay, so that's not available. The licensing, do you have specific licensing that you're required? So you don't, we talked about a little bit about the training, the insurance, and the licensing. Is there any licensing that you go through?
So the driver, in order to be able to drive on the platform, has to have the driver's license for the vehicle in which they're going to operate. They have to submit that. They have to submit their personal insurance, their registration for the vehicle, work authorization such as a passport or birth certificate for Canada. We take that information and then they go through a criminal background check. So they're searched through the RCMP National Repository of Criminal Records, and they're searched through local police databases as well. Beyond that, we also look at driver's abstracts. So if in the last 3 years you have a major infraction, which would be driving more than 30 kilometers over the speed limit, you're not able to drive on the platform. If you have more than 2 minor infractions, which would be as simple as a right-hand turn on a red light where there's a sign that says no right-hand turn on a red light, and you get a ticket for that. If you have more than 2 of those in the last 3 years as well, you're not able to drive on the platform. So that's security that takes place before the trip even begins. In addition to that, vehicles have to be inspected. So within 30 days of coming onto the platform, you have to go through a 26-point inspection by a provincially certified auto mechanic. And so that's kind of the safety that happens before a trip even begins. Once you're on a trip, the first thing you'll notice when you order an Uber is you'll see the picture of the driver, their name, their license plate, the make and model of their vehicle, and have a way to contact them that's randomized. So it's not your phone number contacting them, it's a randomized phone number through the app.
Maybe just a question in regards to component pieces. Front end sounds reasonable, but is that done annually or is it done quarterly? How is it tested?
So it's annual vehicle inspection. And right now we're coming up on a year, but expecting as well it'll be an annual background check. Some municipalities have every 2 years, and so we might go to that in those municipalities, but otherwise it'll be annually.
So you're thinking about 1 year, but you're thinking about going to 2 years.
So in jurisdictions where we operate, right now different jurisdictions have different requirements. Some it's every 1 year, some it's every 2 years. So we'll follow the rules that are in place in that jurisdiction, but we're, as a business standard, looking at 1 year right now.
A little earlier you talked about stripping of privileges and you would have a conversation, is what you said. What does that conversation look like?
The conversation, so I'm not personally involved in that, the operations team would be, but at a high level, it would be a review of kind of the feedback that someone has had and talking through what those situations were, and then seeing if they're interested in improving on those, or if there's a decision that no, they're not interested in improving on those, and that maybe after this conversation they're not looking to continue to provide this service because maybe it's not the best opportunity for them.
And so what recourse is available to the client when there's a situation that occurs with a specific driver and they would like some further recourse? How do they gain confidence that the structure is appropriate?
So the first step would be is that, as we were talking about in-app safety and through the trip, so I was describing that you know who the driver is and the driver knows who you are, and so does Uber. So in every instance, we know who has been paired together. So we are able to respond to that case and to that driver. The second point is that in the app, there's a feedback feature, and that feedback is monitored 24/7, so people are able to, one, provide that feedback to Uber, but also receive very rapid response. And we search the feedback that's provided by keyword so that more serious incidences are responded to more quickly and elevated up our chain more quickly.
Okay.
So if someone has an incident that...
I just might ask this last question.
I'm afraid you're out of time, Councillor Louis. Sorry.
Really? All right.
Thank you very much. Well, I have one question as well for you, and this stems from personal experience. I was in London, England this summer, and I was leaving my hotel to go to a train station at Paddington. And so I asked the hotel to get me a cab, and I expected it would be one of the regular London cabs with the meters and all of that. But all of a sudden, this unmarked car drove up, and I was, by this time, getting very close to the time the train was going, so I went in it. And from there, and there was no marking, nothing inside. I had no idea who this was or what this was. But at any rate, as we got close to Paddington, he decided that he didn't want to take me any further. The traffic was very bad. We got jammed in and he said this is as far as he was going. So I could get out with my bag and find my way there, which I did. So first of all, for a situation like that, how, other than asking him, and he's not going to tell me who he is, is there any markings that would identify for a person or a car? And secondly, who would I complain to? And if I did know, say it was Uber, would I phone up Uber, and how would I know that was handled, and what kind of a response would you give in a situation like that where the driver just decided that was it?
So drivers on our platform aren't allowed to do street hails. So if that
Oh, it
person,
wasn't a street hail, this is a
it's a,
hotel phoning in for.
yeah, okay. So again, it wasn't a ride-sharing Uber ride, because in that instance, you're only able to order an Uber through the app. So in that circumstance, you would know exactly who the individual was, and Uber would know exactly who that individual was, so that when he tells you to get out of his car and the ride ends because your phones separate by a certain amount of distance, and so by GPS we're able to see that the trip has ended. So when you hit 1 star and you give us feedback why, we would be able to follow up with that driver immediately, and that sounds like an inappropriate action, and so steps would be taken to communicate that as such with the driver. With regards to markings on vehicles, in some jurisdictions, they do have a requirement for Uber to have a marking on the exterior of the vehicle. So you might see in certain cities kind of a black decal that's slid into kind of the front window, and it has a white U on it to signify Uber. We typically don't prefer that, although we're willing, if regulators want to have that, we're willing to accept that as a regulation. And the reason we don't prefer that is because that encourages street hailing, which is kind of the domain of taxis and taxi cabs, and so we're clearly not going for that type of business, the taxi cab or the street hail type of business. And in addition, it also kind of degrades the safety of our platform, which is based upon the knowledge that the ride is prearranged and that each rider is matched with a driver and that their identities on each trip are known.
Great, thank you very much. That's all your questions.
Thank you, Chair.
The next speaker is Carolyn Bauer, and then after Ms. Bauer, we have Kulwant Sahota and then Jazz Sidhu, both on deck. Welcome, Ms. Bauer.
Turn this on. Welcome. First of all, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for giving me the time to go to the Taxi Limousine Paratransit Conference. It was an amazing conference. Learned a lot about what was going on around North America and brought back a lot of great innovative ideas, and looking forward to the future. So thank you again. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the PTB in the city jurisdiction. City staff has advised council that a need for 137 peak period vehicles was determined, but that the VTA only applied for 99 and the suburban companies applied for the remaining 38. This is not accurate. However, this decision was reached by the PTB. In 2011, and this is just a refresher because we've been ongoing on this issue for so long. In 2011, the VTA asked Dr. Chow to study the impact of adding 65 peak period taxis as part of a pilot project. Dr. Chow said as many as 154 additional vehicles could be added, but only if illegal pickups could be brought under control through enforcement. As a practical matter, because of the operation and illegal taxis, Dr. Chow then saw that there was only need for 99 additional licenses, which therefore was the number applied for by the VTA. Meanwhile, before the pilot project had been completed, a total of 17 suburban taxi companies applied to operate 15% of their fleets in Vancouver for a total of 124 vehicles. The PTB ignored the fact that they were illegal taxis operating in the city of Vancouver and held 137 peak period taxis were needed. The VTA could have supplied this number of taxis and would have applied for this number, but not for Dr. Chow's report. Nothing has been done about illegal pickups in the city. Until something is done, no additional peak period taxi licenses should be issued. City staff also told council that the city's main role in taxi licensing is to ensure quality of service, while the PTB's main role is to determine the number of licenses. This is also not accurate. The BC Court of Appeal has made it crystal clear that the city has jurisdiction over the number of taxis within its boundaries. Council may remember that when the moratorium on new taxi licenses was enacted, the suburban taxi companies sued the city. They argued in court that the PTB had an overriding power to determine the number of licenses in the city. This argument was rejected by the court. The jurisdiction of the city and the PTB are overlapping. Both bodies have to approve the taxi before it can lawfully operate in the city. The city has an explicit power to limit the number of taxis that may be licensed. It has done so in the vehicle for hire bylaw for many years. The board, on the other hand, does not directly set any limit on the number of vehicles licensed. It only approves or denies applications that it receives, and it must take into consideration evidence of public need provided within those applications. The board's role is much more passive than the city's. The city has been active in inquiring into taxi service improvements in the city. The VTA submits that the city is clearly more competent than the PTB when it comes to determining the taxi needs in the city. Furthermore, there is a strong link between quality of service and the number of licenses. Too many or too few licenses leads to a decrease in quality of service. The number of licenses, together with other regulations, must be carefully controlled to maintain a balance that fosters safe, reliable, high-quality taxi service. Now to the one that has upset me the most. Passenger Transportation's decision to refuse our accessible licenses. I have 1 minute left to say this, and that's just not enough time. The PTB's decision to deny the 78 additional accessible taxi licenses proves that the PTB is incapable of dealing with the taxi needs in the City of Vancouver. Everyone in the city supports this application, which was backed by an expert report written by Dan Hera. Without providing any substantive rationale, the PTB disagreed, allowing only 20 additional accessible licenses with the limitation that they can be used during peak times. This makes just no sense to me. The VTA is applying for a judicial review on this decision. This has broken my heart out of everything that we have fought for all of the years. They say it does not promote sound economical conditions. When you have 4 companies in the City of Vancouver that are willing to put these vehicles on at their expense, that are coming together as a team that want to use one centralized dispatch to serve your citizens that are not getting served, it's just unfair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you do have questions, so you'll be able to expand a bit on what you've said. First of all is Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much. I'm happy too that you're able to be here to speak to us on this issue. So my understanding is that you're asking that no additional licenses for peak period, that there is a report in the report saying that we should provide additional licenses in peak period to suburban taxis, that none of those licenses are warranted, and that there are illegal pickups that are really a base problem in this.
You're correct. The illegal pickups in the City of Vancouver have been ongoing for years. They happen to me. I'll be downtown and they're happening. It's just an overabundance. It was limited a few years back to a specific time period, but now it doesn't matter. It's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and 38 licenses to operate in the city between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. is ridiculous. We refused accessible licenses. It's just not fair. There's 200 of them coming in. They're confronting all of my drivers that are on the road. It doesn't matter what company it is. There's so many stories that we could write a book on this. They're driving through red lights, stopping on their brakes. They're pulling in to take taxis. They're cutting, there's too many to go through. We need enforcement out there. Before enforcement, and if we don't have enforcement, we'll never be able to determine the number of taxis that are needed in the City of Vancouver. I can guarantee you that.
So what do you think about the recommendation for the advanced data monitoring, a plan to implement taxi data monitoring system, which I gather is to get, one reason for that is to get at the illegal pickups. Are you supportive of that?
You know, I'm always supportive of innovation, and city staff has done a wonderful job with that. My concerns on that are the Vancouver companies are more than willing to share our data with the City of Vancouver. But the City of Vancouver cannot force the 16 suburban companies to share their data. They're not under their jurisdiction. City of Vancouver is proud. We'll give you all our data.
That's a good question to ask staff, and I will. In terms of the accessible taxis, do you have evidence that you were given 20 licenses? There's 58 that weren't given, so there was a total of 78 you originally applied for. And have you based the need for that 78 on data that you've shared with the PTB and with the City of Vancouver?
We did share data on that, and we did send an expert report done by Dan Hera. And Dan, we were only applying at the time for 50 licenses. And Dan here has suggested that we needed to apply for 78 looking towards the future.
Could you explain who Dan Hare?
Dan here is an expert in the taxi industry. He's written reports for several cities across North America, across the world. He actually did a report for the city staff and then Vehicle for Hire Dialogue Group.
Okay. So he suggested that there is a need for the 78.
Yes, he did.
Right. Okay. I've read the report of the PTB. That's the background to this, and I note that in the decision, the PTB says that the data as supplied by TransLink indicates that they don't think that there's a need for more accessible taxis based on the number of rides that are currently being taken by disabled people or people with disabilities in those in taxis. Can you just give me an explanation as to
I sure can. You know, if you are a disabled person, and we only have so many vehicles, and the closest vehicle is on Granville Street, and we have a trip that's on Boundary that needs to be picked up. It takes that time to get across the city to do this. It takes an extra 10 minutes to load. It may take time to find proper parking. There's a lot of no parking. We can't side park. We have to rear load. The drivers then have to buckle the passengers down properly, secure them properly, then move on their way, get to where they need to go and make sure that they get unlocked, out of the vehicle, find proper parking to get them out of there and get them into the facility. So each trip takes an enormous amount of time, just an enormous amount of time comparative to someone like myself or you that can just get in and out. You know, so to say that is not fair. What we had asked the board for and what our original business plan was to ask for the 78, and we wanted to set up one GPS, one dispatch for all 4 companies, only for accessibility. And that's what broke our hearts in the beginning when we were first turned down for the 20, because it's impossible to set that up on a rotation and have so many in Zone A and so many in Zone B and so many in Zone C to do this. So.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and Councillor DeGenova.
Ms. Bauer for coming. I just have a few questions of my own and a follow-up question. I'll start with the follow-up question to Councillor Carr's, and that is, would you mind sharing the data with us on what the average wait time is for an accessible taxi right now with those 20 out of being approved? Do you have that data with you?
Hour and a half.
An hour? Okay, 1 hour.
Easy an hour.
Okay, and then also I was just hoping you might be able to elaborate a little on the Act, Listen, Learn. It's my understanding, and maybe you can answer this, that the Vancouver Taxi Association has a very stringent training for your accessible taxis. And do the suburban taxi companies require the same training as the Vancouver Taxi Association right now?
I won't speak to the suburban companies on this, but I'll definitely speak to the Vancouver taxi companies. We approached the disabilities groups and informed them that we were having problems with transporting persons with disabilities. We were having problems in educating our drivers. The disability groups was a little bit apprehensive at first, but we came together. It took approximately 18 months from start to finish to have this done. As you can imagine, it's not easy. We had, Walt come down from GF Strong, and people that have disabilities can't just be there just because we want to have a meeting once a week. It's impossible. It took us over 18 months, and it's a manual and a training program that I am so very proud of. And I just want to announce, too, that the City of Waterloo, Ontario, contacted me last week before I left, and they want to train all their drivers with the Ask, Listen, and Act training manual. So it's something we're very, very, very proud of. Vancouver should be very proud of that. All of our drivers have gone through the disability training program. That's not to say we haven't gone through without hiccups. There have been some hiccups, but if there is, we bring the drivers back in for retraining, re-education on them, just helping them understand. I'm looking actually for version 2 of this with new technology coming into place. Drivers need to be aware of what's taking place with that as well. So.
Great, thank you. And with the 58 accessible taxis, and you've already gone through the story, so I'll try and keep this short. But if those cabs were to come on the road, those accessible cabs, do you have any information or data as to what the wait times would be for people who required an accessible cab?
Setting it up on the closest dispatch for the 78 taxi, the accessible taxis, would have reduced that to probably 15-minute wait.
Okay, so that would be from an hour, you
Yes.
said, to 15-minute wait.
And we could have assisted the public by putting notices out to that and working with the groups, the different groups, to let them know that book 15 minutes in advance.
Okay,
Having them.
very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Meigs, please.
Hi, Ms. Bauer. Welcome back. I just want to focus on your, during your statement on some of the submission that VTA made to councillors today. I think everybody got it, your response to the staff report. So part of it is you've gone through all of them with a reaction to each of the staff recommendations. But the key one seems to be the moratorium, which the staff report proposes lifting for the 38 suburban cabs. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so just tell me briefly why that is so important to your membership.
Well, I know I have a lot of them up there watching down on me right now, so I better do very, no, I can
They'll
tell
have a
you.
chance as well, but I mean, if you just put it in a nutshell.
Absolutely. The Vancouver Taxi Association has worked very hard. The Vancouver taxi companies have worked very, very, very hard to implement policies, training manuals, procedures, vehicle condition, new innovative technologies. We're sitting at the round table, just absolutely everything. And to go out there and to drive 12 hours a day, work as hard as they do, 6 days a week, earn as little income as they do, with the exception of Friday and Saturday nights. And then to have that taken away, it's already been taken away at times with no enforcement. But to have it come in with the 38, where does it stop from there? How do you stop it from there? You can't. I'm telling you, I've been out on those streets more the times than you can count. You can't. The police cannot enforce down there. It's not fair to the drivers that have built this city in the taxi business for over 240 years. It's not fair to them. They work hard. They've paid their taxes in the city of Vancouver. They've put their children through school here. They've bought their houses here. They bought other businesses here. To allow 38 to come in is wrong, just wrong.
So the core problem is that the existence of the 38 impacts the equity and the value of the time put in by the drivers? Is that the key,
That's correct.
key issue?
And there is no, that's the only days that those drivers can make money, with the exception of a rainy night. They're not making the money. So if you look at the average expense for a dispatch, for a taxi every night or every day is $150. So they have to put in $150 before they take any money home. Out of that money, they have to pay taxes. So on average, shift being $350, $300 to $350, they're taking home about $100 a day.
I want to shift gears a little bit. So there's two last parts, and I only have 2 minutes left. So one is Uber. So Uber would be a dramatic increase. Is it, and there's no specific recommendation on those types of ride-sharing services here. Can you weigh up the two at all, the suburban issue and the other, and put them in, how do they feel relatively to your membership as new issues?
You're right, Uber's not on the table tonight. That's why we weren't raising that concern. Uber is an unknown. It's an unknown beast that's been around for a long time. The 38 is something we know. They've all painted their taxis yellow. You can't identify which one is which one. They're coming in here only to take the cream of the business, the Friday and Saturday nights, not even servicing their own areas. No one has bothered to contact North Shore or Coquitlam or Surrey or Richmond to see what kind of wait times they have out there. The only one that has cared, the only municipality or city that has cared about taxis in the province of BC has been the city of Vancouver. And for that, I thank you.
So the last part is this question of your innovation, because you said you would. I mean, last time we were here, council really challenged the industry to make innovation to drive forward some of the new opportunities that were there. So could you just tell council briefly what you've done on that front and how it's worked out?
Oh, ECAB is amazing. We launched ECAB in September. We went through some bumps, but it is closest car GPS out of the 4 taxi companies. You can register yourself using your credit card. You don't have to pay the driver when you get out. A receipt is emailed immediately. You can choose an accessible van. We're looking at new technology from the TLPA that will enable us to add voice and sound to this, which will assist the persons with disabilities. It's just done us a world of good. The reporting, the city staff would love the reporting from ECAB. It shows absolutely everything. It's just a beautiful reporting system, and it enables us to locate and also use almost like a heat mapping to see where we need the taxis and to prejudge.
Thanks.
That's your time, Councillor Meigs. And that's all the questions, Mr. Power. Thank you very much. Next, Kulwant Sahota. Welcome, Mr. Sahota.
Thank you. My name is Kulwant Sahota. I'm the president of Yellow Cab and the spokesman for the Vancouver Taxi Association. The PTB decision. The PTB decision was not reasonable and not in the best interests of the city. The PTB gave several explanations for its decision. Number one, the suburban taxi companies have excess capacity to serve the city. Number two, suburban taxis will be more willing to take customers to the suburbs. Number three, enforcement is not a concern because the suburban companies will provide a taxi supervisor. Number four, allowing suburban taxis to pick up in Vancouver will reduce deadheading. What the PTB failed to properly consider is that suburban companies do not have the stated access capacity, and even if there was access capacity, it is not reliable. There are many occasions when it will be busy in suburbs, in the city, and in the city. This is a problem because the 38 vehicles will have the option to serve suburbs or the city. B, there is no reason to believe that suburban taxis would be more willing to take customers to the suburbs. There is no connection in the PTB's decision between the number of passengers traveling to each suburb and the number of vehicles from the suburb that was granted licenses. The VTA's experience is that most trips refusals at peak periods are made by suburban taxis operating illegally who want to stay in the city and maximize their illegal income. See, the suburban companies have consistently shown that they have no control over their drivers, who continue to pick up illegally in Vancouver. City staff have acknowledged that there is essentially no enforcement under the current situation. Adding suburban taxis to the licensing regime will only make enforcement more challenging by adding extra layers of complexity. D, deadheading is when a taxi has to make a trip without a passenger. If the suburban taxi companies are going to service only downtown peak demand, they will still need to deadhead back to downtown. The PTB reasoned that because the suburban companies are bringing passengers into the city, they should be able to take passengers out. This fails to appreciate the fact that there is a long gap of several hours between when passengers are entering the city and when they are leaving the city. Suburban taxis are not going to sit around waiting for passengers to be ready to leave the city. They will simply compete with the VTA within the city. On June 26th and 27th, the VTA commissioned Dr. Chow to send his team out to flag suburban taxis and suburban taxis only. Total taxis successfully flagged during those 2 days was 241. Of that, the number of times that a local Vancouver taxi was cited before the Suburban was flagged was over 80% of the time. The average wait time for the 241 trips is 8.2 minutes. As a major industry participant, we want to be involved in presenting our views on policy. We want to address issues with facts. Vancouver City is leading the country with green initiatives, accessible movements, and choices in safe, reliable, and regulated transportation. The City of Vancouver has the authority to say yes or no to licenses. Please take control of the city and make the right choices. The Vancouver taxi companies have a combined 270 years of operation within the City of Vancouver. We have paid taxes, built homes, opened new businesses, provided community leadership in the safety and integrity of its taxi transportation infrastructure. We want the city to avoid copycat policies that will hurt the Vancouver taxi industry, and we want to continue improving our taxi standards. If you have not noticed, almost every suburban taxi has painted themselves yellow. Why? To operate in Vancouver illegally. Safety and consumer protection are the key values that have to be embraced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sahota, you have a question from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much, Mr. Soda, for being here. I really appreciate that. So I'm very interested in what you were saying about the gap in time. If a suburban taxi is given a license to be able to pick up in Vancouver, they bring a passenger in earlier in the evening. My understanding of what you said is that they're going to wait to then be able to take people back home, but there's a gap in a number of hours, and that they will do illegal pickups within the city, or they'll just continue to do all the pickups during those, in the gap of hours. Is that right?
That's correct. When passengers come into town, nightclubs, they start coming into downtown at 8 o'clock. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock. This is when, or even till 1 o'clock, people are coming into downtown. And people don't leave. What happens at nightclubs usually, until about 1 o'clock, until the SkyTrain is there, there's not much of a demand. After 1 o'clock, when the SkyTrain shuts down, this is when the demand occurs. So before that, if they're bringing somebody 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, there's only small amount of people that come into downtown when the people are ready to basically leave downtown, and there's not that many.
Okay. So you did talk a bit about some data that showed that there already is a problem with illegal pickups. Right. Is it in your estimation that those illegal pickups will get worse if the licenses are given to the suburban taxi companies for the peak periods on weekends? That in general, it will get worse, not just on those evenings, but on other days or evenings as well?
They would get worse, but the biggest issue is that, it's great. When it's slow, everybody can go anywhere where they want to do. And when it gets busy, when you need them the most, when there's more passengers to pick up, how do you rely on them when they've actually got the airport? They have airport licenses. The airport needs taxis on Fridays and Saturday nights. There's a shortage of taxis at the airport. In their towns, when there's passengers waiting, they're going to have higher demand of taxis in their towns. Who's going to service those passengers? You go around the world. I was talking to Gilles ECAP there in France. And he was talking about, you got Paris, you have boundaries around Paris too, about the cars that come in. They're not allowed to come in because they have to service, everybody wants to go into town, but somebody has to be there to service those communities too.
If the Vancouver Taxi Association was able to get the licenses that you did apply for but were not given by the Passenger Transportation Board, would those taxis, which are accessible taxis, be available on the evenings, the weekend evenings, where there's really demand, a lot of demand, and sometimes frustration amongst passengers about the wait for a taxi?
Yeah, there is. And with the wheelchair accessible vehicles, it's such a shame, that they've done this. And The major thing, I think, the reason being, I mean, is about 38, the 38, the 58 or even the 20 that was there, they're not allowed to be full-time because of the 38. I mean, it's a PTB basically, it's about the 38. They want to push the 38 onto the city. And, we're not going to get anywhere with extra licenses, basically, from the reaction, from the response that we've got from them until basically 30, until there is a decision made by the city. And the city has to take a stand. It could be 38 tomorrow might be 100. We don't know. The city has to take a stand as to what the city needs and, not just what the PTB is dictating.
Right. So by take a stand, you mean not allow the suburban taxis, but support the Vancouver Taxi Association in its application, which was rejected, but to support that application, whether it comes again or not, in additional taxis that are accessible taxis.
Correct.
And those could be deployed and available on the weekend evenings to mitigate the problems of wait times.
24 hours, yes.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Just two quick ones, Mr. Sahota. So what is the VTA's statement to customers who are clamoring for more service? There's no argument about that. Are you able, through ECAB and the WTA, you're proposing more service, you're proposing to expand, is that not the case? Are you confident you can meet the demand that's out there? Because we hear there's so much.
For the wheelchair accessible vehicles or?
Just people in general. I mean, you're here tonight saying, I think, if I understand it, that the city should continue to support your application for wheelchair accessible taxis, which, as Councillor Carr's question indicates, would be an expansion of service 24/7, if approved
Yes.
by the PTB as you requested. And ECAB is intended, I assume, to assist customers by making more efficient use of the existing fleet.
Yes.
So are you telling the people of the city then that you are going to be able to expand service without those 38, that you're nevertheless continuing to push more service out there?
With ECAB, we can service trips better because what happens is from company to company, I mean, Yellow Cab has a lot of dispatch. With ECAB, the companies that are lower on volume on calls, they will pick up the gap. So like
This was, as I understand it, this innovation was proposed for wheelchair accessible taxis first, that anyone seeking a wheelchair accessible taxi would call and get the first available one regardless of which company.
Yep.
And now ECAB has expanded that to all taxis and all calls.
Correct.
Okay, now my other question, and got a long evening ahead of us, so I'm going to be quick. What is your dream enforcement model? Because I know it's never worked, but what would work? I mean, it's very expensive to hire enough people to roam around and quiz passengers about where they're going. And, did you just bring this, it's legitimate for a suburban cab to bring somebody from the airport. So one thing that stumped me is what does better enforcement look like? What is the real solution?
Well, the only solution I see is, what happens is the companies have to take control of their drivers, of their fleet. And the fleets haven't been doing it. It's not, my fleet here, we have GPS. We have everything. I know where the fleet is. I can track my drivers. If I wanted to find out if somebody's picking outside, it's not hard. They're on GPS. But the biggest problem that you have is a lot of these cars are not even signed on. How do you monitor somebody that doesn't have the system that's signed on? So you have, especially at the airport, you have drivers that drive 1 day on, 1 day off. Legally, the maximum number of hours you're allowed to do is 14. How do they fit into those 14 hours? They fit into those hours by turning their system off.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
That's all your questions. Jazz Sidhu, and then on deck is Avinder Dhillon and Amrit Mahil. Pardon? Are you?
I'm Jazz Sidhu.
Oh, great.
I'm just going to withdraw the questions.
Okay. Thank you
once
very
they've been
much.
addressed. Thank you.
Avinder Dhillon?
Good evening, Chair and Council members. My name is Avninder Dillon, and I'm Director at Blacktop and Checker Cabs. Before we go anywhere else about the Uber ride sharing, they say they are ride sharing. Ride sharing is a political term which is actually used to avoid the regulations. Ride sharing is actually carpooling. They are not doing the carpooling. Transportation Network Company, they are not the TNCs. They are just a regular taxi company. They connect the customer through the app with the taxi driver. We do it through the telephones, through the internet, through the app. So it's same job, same time. They are a taxi company. I'm driving night shift since 2000. I have always been at night shift and I have seen so many changes in the night business. Before we used to have nightclubs scattered all around the city. And closing time was 2 a.m. That time there was not too many problems to serve the customers. Once the Granville Entertainment District came in effect and all the clubs were moved there, we started getting problems. There are 20,000 people at one time, which comes out of the club at 3 a.m. To pick those people, it takes time. There is a problem to pick those people at one time. We can't do it. Nobody can do it. Even if there are 1,000 cars, you can't pick 20,000 people at one time. So basic problem is of operational nature. All the area around the Granville Entertainment District is closed by the traffic police for the same movement of the bar patterns. Then there was a report about destination-centric stands. Even given the existing taxi stand, they are always occupied by the limousines and nobody is there to move them or to find them so that we can park there. Before I bought my share in taxi cab in 2003, I used to work as a driver as any other person who owned the share in existing taxi company. We were portrayed as taxi cartel in media and other social media sites. What they don't understand that we are owner-operators who work 12-hour shift for at least 5 days a week. I have seen both sides of industry. I was a driver and now I'm an owner-operator. There's no difference. When I'm in my taxi, I'm a driver. I drive as a driver. There's no difference between a driver or an owner-operator. I have a young family with 2 kids. I invested all my money and my future in taxi industry by taking a loan from the Bank of Montreal, as anybody else has done. Nobody got those licenses free. As of today, taxi industries have $5 million in debt with the Bank of Montreal. We invested all this money because Vancouver has a good business model for taxi industry. There was the boundaries, there was a limit on number of taxis. They were all monitored with the data, how many are needed, how many are not needed. Then to solve the weekend problem, because we don't have a demand for all 7 days. There was demand only on the weekends, on Friday nights and Saturday nights. We were the first one in the BC who came up with the idea of weekend cars only. That was to serve our patterns because we want to save our business as well as serve the Vancouver public. And other companies try to duplicate our model. They apply for top cars saying that they have excess capacity. Some of those companies have already applied for more license because their excess capacity is gone within 1 year. And it can happen with those 38 licenses too. They may need more cabs in their own jurisdiction than in Vancouver. So I appeal to the council to reject 38 suburban taxis because they are not here to serve the public, but just to appreciate their business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming. You've invested in this industry. You drive nights.
Yes.
Can you tell me how important the Friday and the Saturday night shifts are to you in terms of your income?
It's very important. Like usually if most of the night drivers or night operators, they won't take a Friday or Saturday night off because it's so important for our monthly income. It's the most busy day. That's when you make the money because Sunday, Mondays are usually slow nights. There's not that much to make. And weekends are when you actually make money.
So you're available on nights for the people who need it out in the city of Vancouver on Sunday, Monday nights, etc.
Yeah, whenever I can
But
find
you make your money on Friday, Saturday? That's when you make most of the money?
Yeah, that's when we make the most money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all your questions. Arvinder, no, that was Arvinder Dillon. Amrik Matha. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much everything's been said, so I really don't have much to say now. So I agree with Caroline, Sahuda, and Avninder. They pretty much said my opinions.
Thank you very much. You do have a question, though, from Councillor.
Sure. Any question? No problem.
No questions? No, there are no questions at all. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay. Thank you.
Gurpal Nagra and on deck Dave Janda. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, everyone. My name is Gopal Nagra, and I am the president of Vancouver Taxi Association and the vice president of McClure's Cabs. McClure's has been operating in the city of Vancouver since 1911. Yellow Cab started in 1921, Blacktop almost 50 years ago, and so is Vancouver Taxi around 20 years. That's over 270 years that these four taxi companies have paid taxes, built this industry, and have invested close to $60 million in systems, technology, and infrastructure. This is an investment into having safe systems. Our drivers change cars every 4 years on average, although city requested like 7 years, and has a massive cost of maintaining high standards. Stand fees. The Vancouver taxi companies pay well over $400,000 per year to have taxis parked at various locations throughout the city to stakeholders that have invested in the city. We have like around 5,000 active drivers who are registered for GST. The taxi meter price included this tax. Drivers remit their incomes and GST taxes. The four taxi companies have applied huge investment in technology and scale efficiency to benefit taxi drivers and to manage our service by meeting all regulations. The four Vancouver taxi companies have homegrown business that pays its local and other taxes and participates in the betterment of our community. Over 5,000 families get their direct livelihood through the Vancouver taxi companies, and there is around $500 million loan with various banks attached to these shareholders. Recording of all booked calls. In Vancouver, we use a very sophisticated phone systems. The voice phone records of any booking that can be retrieved. These voice calls can be electronically sent to authorities on police demand. Voice recordings of all radio channels is also used to communicate and dispatch and drivers. We estimate over 60% of our taxi companies in North America do not use voice recording system to retrieve and audit booked customer calls in the event of problems. Access for police. The Vancouver Police has access to all the booking and dispatch data. The Vancouver Police also have access to transaction data to check for fraud or suspicious transactions. I've been a director for the McClure's Taxi Association since it was reborn in 2011. We have taken every issue, concern, complaint, and compliment seriously. Taxi bashing happens everywhere. We do not deserve to lose our livelihood for the sake of 38 taxi that may or may not be operated in Vancouver from 10 to 5 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays. We deserve our accessible licenses on the road, and what the PTB has done is so unfair. This is unfair for the disability community. They deserve the same service as everyone else and should not be discriminated against in this manner. So say please no to these 38 and Lester continues to do the great job we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you very much for coming and also for relaying to us information about the seriousness with which you take complaints. How many complaints do you get? Like how frequent are complaints compared to the number of rides that you get within the industry?
I think the city, we have provided them the data in the report. There were 600,000 trips we did into that period. There was only, I don't know the number. There was only 46 complaints, I think. 167, sorry.
Out of 600,000 rides?
600,000 trips, 167 complaints.
Right. And in each case, the complaints are dealt with in terms of how?
We will contact the complainant. We'll talk to the driver. If it's a driving issue or a training issue, he'll have to go back to the training, or we will satisfy the customer so that will not happen again.
Okay. Is it standard practice for you to assist passengers into vehicles, assist them with their luggage in and out of the trunk, et cetera?
That's the biggest part of our training. Actually, with this door-to-door service we are doing with HandyDart, actually that's the request. We have to take the passenger from their door into the car and have to leave them onto their door. So we are making sure, like we are getting more into for each trip where we think people need assist. We always assist our passengers to load, unload the stuff. We might have some complaints, but we take them seriously.
Do you know of any incident where one of your drivers, or more broadly even in the Vancouver Taxi Association, if you know, have been ticketed by the police for staying too long in a spot as you're assisting passengers?
You know, like we do have this trouble with the bus lanes. Although everybody knows, like we cannot stop in the bus lanes. Not even like to drop any customer with even disability or anything else. We can be ticketed. I think staff might know when we got the bus lanes, there was the one issue. We cannot stop. We cannot hail. We cannot stop to pick up in the bus lane. And we were having the complaint at 750 West Broadway. That's the usual place where we will have the buses will be honking at us if we are doing dropping the passenger off. That's the most known location in the city.
Okay. And in terms of, at the very beginning, there was an explanation by our staff that, in fact, and this was an answer to a question that I asked earlier, that the police are instructed not to fine you if you are in a non-stopping zone, especially if it's a accessible vehicle, so that you can stay, I think they said up to half an hour to assist a passenger with disability.
No, not all the people use the accessible vans.
Right.
There are so many other people who can't walk there with the walker.
Right.
They might take even more time than accessible wheelchair to down. You have to get out, bring the walker down, assist to get on, get in. So it's not.
I understand. I have a 91-year-old mother with a walker and many doctor's appointments. I
They
understand.
will take more time than to load, unload the accessible van. So like we can be doing in just a sedan taxi. Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. That's all your questions. Dave Janda, please. Followed by Indrajit Dhillon.
Finally, I made it up to the podium. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm withdrawing my questions. My colleagues have already asked all my concerns. And if there are one or two, they will ask. I don't want you guys to stay till 3 o'clock in the morning. I really appreciate your time. And I love you guys all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, this may go better than we initially thought. So Indrajit Dhillon, and then Satnam Jaswal.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, my mostly points has been discussed, so I withdraw my name. Thank you.
Well, I say, I may be one of the best chairs ever here. Okay, Satnam Jaswal.
Good evening, everyone. As most of the point been covered by my colleagues, so I will withdraw my name too.
Excellent. Dave Chammy. I'm not intimidating you or anything, am I? Mr. Chammy, welcome.
So you're not going to get any breaks from me.
Okay.
I'm going to talk.
Okay.
Just I keep it brief. I am Dave Chammy, and I am an immigrant to this country. I have had the privilege and honor of being in Canada since 1989, and I want to emphasize that I consider that a privilege. And I have worked here on my taxi all this time as an owner-operator, and I use that to raise two wonderful children, put them through university. They are all now good kids, educated, and good members of this society. Before coming to Canada, I was wondering, I knew that Canada was, if not the best country in the world, is one of the best, at least, of the countries of the world. Was wondering why that is, that this is the best country in the world. By living here, I realized that it's not by accident. It is because decisions here in this country are based on intelligence and fairness, for the most part. Intelligence and fairness. As for any rules, there are some exceptions. And I would like to say that if indeed Canadian way of decision making is based on intelligence and fairness, the decision of Passenger Transportation Board to grant authorization to 38 suburban taxis to operate in busy time in Vancouver is un-Canadian. And I know that's a very strong word. I want to make sure that I emphasize, I think all the members of Passenger Transportation Board are great Canadians. I have read their biography and their long service record, public record. So they are all great Canadians. But this one decision that they make is un-Canadian because it's not intelligent and it is not fair. It is not intelligent because when the application of these suburban companies was before them, we made sure that we, in our submissions, we gave them enough knowledge about the fact that actually hundreds of these suburban taxis were operating in our city anyways. Still, despite all of that information that they received, knowing that hundreds of these suburbans were already illegally working in our city, they decided to authorize 38 of them. This is obviously absurd and unintelligent. Now, the second point is that this decision is also very unfair because, as my colleagues noted, a lot of night drivers we have, they go through a lot of very, very quiet times. They still hang in there, first of all, to make a living, second of all, to make sure that public has service. And then it comes to the time that they can actually compensate for those slow times, Friday and Saturday nights, then these outsiders want to come in and just get part of this, what we call cream of the business. It is unfair. Just to make sure that how unfair it is not only a matter of business, it's a matter of principle. When it comes to business, we consider Vancouver our territory. And when other jurisdictions like suburbans want to work here and occupy part of the business, we consider them invaders and occupiers. If, like, I want to go to an extent that maybe looks funny, but I'm serious. Suppose a third country occupies a very small part of Canada, only say 10,000 square kilometers of wilderness. In that case, we are not going to say that from an economic or business or financial point of view, that doesn't matter because Canada is such a vast country. I'm out of time. We will try to push them out.
You are out of time. Thank you very much. You have no questions. So Peter Gall, and on deck, William McLaughlin.
Mr. Chairman, council members, the points I wanted to make have already been so capably made. I'm going to withdraw my request to speak as well. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Mr. McLaughlin. Good evening.
Chair, council members, the last 11 speakers have been representative of the Vancouver Taxi Association, so I have some ground to make up. I'm the lawyer for the 7 suburban taxi companies that secured the 38 licenses. I think one of the first observations I'll make is that many of the comments that are being made are looking to revisit what the Passenger Transportation Board has decided. The Vancouver Taxi Association has a very strong lobby and it's economic focused. The Vancouver Taxi Association opposes anything that they consider to be an intrusion into their territory. The Vancouver Taxi Association opposed Ripe Holdings, which is a black car service that was granted 20 licenses by the Passenger Transportation Board. This council has approved vehicle for hire licenses for those 20 vehicles over the opposition of the Vancouver Taxi Association. I think it's important to understand that the Passenger Transportation Board does not license additional taxis to take away work for existing taxis. They license taxis when there's an unmet public need, which there was in October 2012 and which there is again. We are now 3 years post-decision Passenger Transportation Board, and we still have not implemented the 38 licenses. Now, it's not novel, and the City of Vancouver is not exclusively the territory of the Vancouver Taxi Association. YVR is a major international airport, and approximately 70% of the trips originating out of YVR come into the City of Vancouver. There are 525 taxis that operate licensed to pick up at YVR. Only 99 of those taxis are Vancouver taxis. So that's an issue for another day, but there is a whole fleet of taxis that are ready, willing, and able to pick up the unmet public need. The board granted the 38 licenses over the opposition of the Vancouver taxis. They went to reconsideration. It went to a judicial review before the Supreme Court, and it went to the Court of Appeal. At none of those levels was it determined that the board was off base in their determination. This has been a long 6 months with the vehicle for hire dialogue. There have been, it's probably been the best initiative that the vehicle for hire industry has seen ever. People got together and engaged in a dialogue that had never previously been done before. At least a dozen lengthy meetings took place, and this report is the result of those meetings, the airing of all the input from everyone. And that was seen as an alternative to continuing the unpleasant litigation that had been going on. And now we're finally before council, and you have an opportunity of implementing the 38 licenses. You know from the Vancouver Police Department that on Friday and Saturday nights, it's still the Wild West in the downtown Vancouver Entertainment District. The public need is not being met. The Vancouver taxis can't complain about work they can't service being taken away from them because it isn't being taken away from them. So I know I've only got 5 minutes, so I'll be quick. One of the comments in the report said the board was uneven because they didn't allow reciprocal pickup in the suburban jurisdictions by the Vancouver taxis. First of all, applications to the board are application driven. The Vancouver taxis have never made an application to work in the suburban areas, and between 10 p.m. and 5 p.m., which is when the suburban taxis will be operating in Vancouver, there is no similar work in the suburbs. So they're not leaving their home jurisdictions high and dry. You're using some innovation that the board has seen available taxis. And keep in mind, if we're talking about innovative green initiatives, we're using taxis in the existing fleet. The Vancouver taxis, they're part-time taxis. They've got them sitting 5 days a week. So they have extra taxis sitting. We have available taxis within the fleet ready to work. In terms of comparison to the quality of driver and car, The taxis that are going to be working in Vancouver have met all the standards of YVR, which are equal to or better than what Vancouver expects. The drivers all go through the same training. We have the same DD.
Mr. McLaughlin, you're out of time here. Could you just sum up with a sentence? Or?
Sure. Well, I was saying that in terms of standards, the suburban taxis have the same GPS, DDS standards that all the Vancouver taxis do. We have the same driver training. We've now partnered with the Justice Institute to put on further wheelchair accessible training for the suburban cabs. And we're ready, willing, and able to start the 38 cabs anytime.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Meigs.
Well, thanks for coming. Do you agree with the assessment of the Vancouver Taxi Association that the addition of additional licenses in the region or in the city would undermine the value of the licenses now held by VTA members?
No, I don't agree with that at all. And I think that comes to my point that the need is not being met. If the board had issued licenses that were beyond the capacity that could be absorbed in the downtown Vancouver Entertainment District, that might be a fair comment, but it's not.
Do you like the what you know of the e-cab thing? Do you think it's a good thing?
Yes, the suburban taxis are looking at doing exactly the same thing, and all of the suburban taxis have the same apps that the Vancouver taxis have.
Okay, and so theoretically, I mean, your clients probably haven't given you direction on this. They could all be on the same app. We could have one app for the entire region and perhaps the electronically fence various jurisdictions so those Vancouver cabs didn't poach in Surrey and that kind of thing?
They absolutely could, but keep in mind that the downtown Vancouver Entertainment District is a bit of an anomaly, and that's all we're licensed for.
Well, it sounds like the mother lode from what the VTA folks are saying, and it sounds like your folks would like to be there.
Well, it's an unmet public need. I'm not sure if it's the mother lode or not, but the point I was going to make is the e-cab and the apps isn't really a factor on Friday and Saturday nights. People are standing on street corners waiting for cabs. A cab shows up, they get in.
So I think we're here when I was put some questions to the gentleman from Uber. Do you agree that that Uber must go through a process established by the Ministry of Transportation in consultation with the stakeholders, or would you?
Absolutely, and the suburban cabs are on exactly the same page as the Vancouver taxis for that. Uber is not a ride-sharing or a dispatch company. It's a transportation company.
So just to sum up, you were praising the roundtable process. You found it productive and a good place for discussion about some of these larger issues, if I understood your comments right.
Absolutely. Although the taxi roundtable is something we were excluded from, the Vancouver taxis.
But we're discussing this one here that
the vehicle for hire dialogue was what we were part of.
Yeah, that's the right term. I'm sorry. And so, would you agree with the staff recommendation that should be extended, and that a strong message should go to Victoria to get more involved in it?
In what respect?
Well, the staff report outlines a number of issues which are of relevance to other municipalities, to stakeholders like YVR that are not, directly under our jurisdiction and so forth. Your own clients were able to sit in and listen there. Uber was there. So everybody who felt they needed to put their 2 cents in were there. Victoria was there at a staff level, but I think that the question that arises is the whole policy framework that would be helpful to the industry overall and to all these stakeholders really requires leadership in Victoria. And I'm just wondering if you and your clients agree with that. That was the perspective we heard from Uber, and I think we've heard it to a large degree from the Vancouver firms.
Well, I think the board is working within the confines of the legislation that they're mandated to work under. So could there be a better system? Absolutely. I couldn't agree with that.
That's why I point to the minister, because I agree with you. The board can only respond to an application, but the minister has the possibility of creating a policy framework that would support, all of the people here.
Correct.
Hopefully.
The system right now, I would say, is reactive rather than proactive.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. Councillor Louis.
Question in regards to the unmet demand comment that you made. How much unmet demand is there?
Well, that was covered in the board omnibus decision. Since we haven't been able to work, I can't speak to the recent unmet demand, but if we assume it is the same as it was in 2012, and there's no reason to think otherwise because nothing other than the 99 Vancouver cabs have been servicing that need. I understand the Vancouver Police are well able to say that the unmet need is rampant in the downtown Vancouver Entertainment District Friday and Saturday nights.
Are the out-of-town cabs currently authorized to operate in Vancouver?
Sorry?
Are the out-of-town cabs, your clients, are they currently authorized to operate in Vancouver?
They're authorized to drop off in Vancouver from the airport. They're not authorized to pick up in Vancouver except under certain situations in their conditions of license. Credit card customers, return customers, that sort of thing.
Okay, so no flagging.
No.
And how is it they are not to have their lights on when they're driving around in the city of Vancouver? Is that right?
A cab that is not authorized to pick up in any geographic area should not have its top light on. That even without a passenger in it, when the meter goes off, you can override that and turn the top light off.
Okay, so what would you say if I told you that I've personally seen a number of your clients operating in the city of Vancouver this just a few days ago, and probably if I went out there tonight, I could probably find a few as well. What's your comment on that?
Well, I don't know which companies you're referring to. I act for the 7 suburban companies. I can say that from the tickets that were issued, there isn't a taxi company in the Lower Mainland, including the Vancouver taxis, that haven't been ticketed for illegal pickups in jurisdictions other than their own.
And so the incidents, though, in Vancouver are quite numerous, if I can personally witness them. Like, how do we have confidence that by adding these 38, it makes any difference that your clients will adhere to the 38?
Well, the 38 vehicles are going to be clearly identified. They're going to have a T on the vehicle, and they're going to have a particular license plate. You can identify those vehicles at a glance and distinguish them from the other vehicles. So I think that enforcement and the 38 vehicles on the road are two separate things. I don't think there's anyone in the vehicle for hire dialogue that disagreed with the concept of enforcement can be improved.
Well, theoretically, the preferable option is not enforcement, rather compliance. That's what I would hope would happen. And so what undertakings would your clients give that they would comply rather than us going through an enforcement regime?
Well, they're required to abide by the law, as all other taxi companies are.
Yes, but what undertaking would they give to comply?
I haven't broached that with them. I don't see that as an issue. They're required by law to do that. So giving an undertaking to abide by the law is really a pretty foregone conclusion.
But when you compare that to the current environment, that's my issue, is that what I'm seeing and witnessing firsthand is not compliance.
Here's the problem. When you have 525 airport cabs that are coming into Vancouver, dropping passengers off, the public, including people in the downtown Vancouver Entertainment District, the guy that's standing in the pouring rain in the arcade of the Hotel Vancouver, they don't know what the taxi rules in British Columbia are. There are doormen at hotels that put people in suburban cabs. The Vancouver Police have been criticized in the downtown Vancouver Entertainment District for resorting to stuffing people into suburban cabs just to get them out of there, because that's a better option than public unrest. So it's a problem. The public doesn't understand that that empty cab can't take me where I want to go.
I don't take any issue with your comment that the public doesn't understand. The issue is it's a higher test for those that are operating and do know the law, like yourself. And the question is whether or not there be a compliance requirement and undertaken if we were to go down this path. And currently I have little faith because what I've seen in terms of actions on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you as well. You used the term the Wild West for the Granville Entertainment District. What do you mean by that? As far as taxis, it's a Wild West, or as far as the folks down there, it's a Wild West? Or?
Well, I'm going by what I've been told. And what I've been told is that there are people pushing and shoving and fighting for taxis. There are people who are intoxicated, who the police have nowhere to put them. They want to remove them from that entertainment district when the bars close as quickly as they can, and there's no vehicle to do that. So that's what I mean by the Wild West. People are fighting for taxis. There's not enough taxis for people to get in. It was a real problem with the Vancouver taxis agreeing to take people to the suburbs. And that's why every Vancouver taxi has got on the side of it right now trip refusal and a phone number. They wouldn't have that on the side of their taxis if they weren't refusing to go to the suburbs.
Okay, you said there's 525 licensed cabs at the airport, is that?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
90 of those are from Vancouver?
99.
99 are having traveled a lot in the last few years, my experience is I always wait for a Vancouver cab because I'm a Vancouver councillor and I'm loyal to Vancouver cabs. And I usually have to stand by for quite a while before there is one, or several minutes, 10 minutes, sometimes 15. And then my experience of getting into some of the suburban is that they don't know the city nearly as well. I almost ended up in West Vancouver instead of the West End. And I also have found the cabs not as new, not as clean as what I'm used to with Vancouver cabs.
Well, I don't know what timeline you're talking about your experience. YVR.
About the last 10 years.
Yeah. Well, if you're talking 10 years ago.
No, for the last 10 years.
Okay. Well, the standards for any taxi at the airport are identical, and the standards are as good or better than Vancouver. The taxis are pretty well a common product now. Most of the taxis are Toyota Prius vehicles or Corollas or some kind of an eco-friendly vehicle. The vehicles and the drivers are the same quality.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Jerry McGuire and Sarab Nagra on deck. Jerry McGuire? Sarab Nagra? You're Mr. Nagra? Thank you. And then we have Heather McCain on deck.
Good evening to everybody. My name is Sarab Nagra and I'm from BC Limousine Association. We are the second biggest transportation provider with over 300 limousine licenses that can work in Vancouver. That is second to Vancouver taxi industry. Most of the limo companies can legally pick up and drop off in Vancouver without any further licensing. We think we are the best option to move with demand wherever it is. Most of the limo licenses can pick up and drop off in Vancouver, anywhere in between Whistler and Hope. Just for example, on any weekend evening, people coming from suburb to Vancouver for nightlife enjoyment or family outgoing for dinner, sports event, or any concert. We can pick them up from anywhere in Metro Vancouver and Fraser Valley and bring them to Vancouver. And at nighttime, when they are returning back home, most limo companies can pick them up legally in Vancouver and drop them back at home. So in simple words, we move with the demand, wherever and whenever that demand is occurring. Limos are working as an on-call system, thus don't take away taxi business on non-peak hours, because if limos don't have pre-booking, they won't be out in Vancouver streets. In many of these meetings, we suggested we should look into ways how can we use limo industry to solve peak hour problem, a wait time problem. We made some suggestions, and none of the suggestions are taken into consideration or included in the recommendation. That made us wonder, are we really trying to tackle the issue or just push ride sharing over everything else? I never heard in any meeting, we are close to bringing ride sharing in Vancouver within 1 to 3 months, then all of a sudden, the media are reporting that is what has taken place. we wonder why we held these meetings if we are not going to consider any genuine suggestion or see how to use resources available from any other sources like limousines. We are not only big stretch limousines, we also provide 4-person sedan car and 6-person SUV limousines. Yes, for shorter trips, we are a little more expensive, but longer trip, we are very competitive with the taxis. In some cases, we are even cheaper with the taxis because a lot of people from suburb, when young kids coming into downtown, they share their ride because we are really, any limo we can take from 4 to 20, 30, 40 people in one limo. So they put money together and they hire one limo. They, travel in one limo. We never consider any rule regulation for ride sharing in detail. So I wonder why that decision have made announcing ride sharing 1 to 3 months. Why not wait until we discuss these rules in meetings and have some agreement from all involved parties on rules? We think if we allow ride sharing, then rules should be same for ride sharing, taxis, and limos. We can't compete with ride sharing when they can choose what rate they want to charge, and we are limited to $75 minimum charge. If ride sharing get that option, we as a limo industry want to have same option so we can compete rather going out of business. We think everyone should be licensed to provide paid transportation service, whether they are taxi, ride sharing, or limousines. Everyone should have same requirement for license fee, paying GST, vehicle inspection, and vehicle age requirement. Here are the few of the suggestions we made. Cruise ship put peak time problem. We can post sedan car and limousine rates inside the Canada Place. So whenever people can't find taxi and willing to pay a little more, they can ask for a sedan car or limo to be called from holding area that is near the helijet, where limo are allowed to sit and wait. Simply send an email whenever it's a busy day for cruise ships. Vancouver Entertainment District with the other problem. We suggested we can create some spots for limos to pick up and drop off. As second biggest transportation provider, we don't have any spot reserved for limo to pick up and drop off. Whenever we do, we are threatened with the tickets. Further, we can go a little further, allowing people to go to those stands we create to hire limo when they are going out of Vancouver, they're going to suburb. We are ready, waiting for them. We can stop a limo going in this way. We can stop limos going in circle all night long. If you do this, 300 limo licenses can make a big difference to solve weekend peak hour problem. Limo vehicle age. We replace when you replace a taxi, cost is anywhere between $15,000 to $30,000 to replace a taxi, and to replace a limousine, cost is between $75,000 to $150,000. So it is very hard for us to keep up with Vancouver for higher vehicle age requirement.
You'll have to wind up, please, Mr. Negra.
Limousines have the same age requirement as taxi. We suggest it should be changed to 12 to 15 years, so we can have few more years with the limos. That will help us to keep our operating costs down, and people will be, limo companies will be willing to get Vancouver for higher players.
Thank you very much. You have a question, Councillor Carr?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much for coming, and appreciate the information that you've provided. One of the recommendations in this report does deal directly with the limo industry, and that's the recommendation to phase in requirements for limousines to meet a minimum environmental performance standard for fuel efficiency. Could you give me a response to that? How do you feel about that?
You know, limos don't have that many options as for environment friendly, because there are only few builders who build the limousines. Because it's big, it need to be with the big engines, because it's take anywhere from 20 to like 10 to 20 people.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for coming. Heather McCain is our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Heather McCain. I'm Executive Director of CAN, Citizens for Accessible Neighborhoods. With me is Harry Rendawa from Justice Institute. My organization applauds the stakeholders involved in the current vehicle for hire dialogue. We're proud that the city is responding to the needs and concerns of passengers with disabilities and seniors. We're fully in support of Council approving the amendments to the Vehicles for Hire bylaw on safety, first aid, and customer service. In keeping with the focus on customer service for people with disabilities and seniors, CAN is working with the Justice Institute with support from the BC Taxi Association to create a post-hire, hands-on disability awareness training program for taxi drivers. The shift to taxis for appropriate handy-dart rides is inevitable, and we are constantly hearing from our members that they are anxious about their safety and the safety of their mobility aids. The customer approval rating for handy-dart drivers is high, and we want to ensure that customer approval ratings stay consistent whether the passenger is traveling in a handy-dart bus or in a cab. In my 10 years as Executive Director of CAN, I have heard repeatedly from our members that having training material is not enough. There must be accountability. This is why CAN is thrilled to have the Justice Institute on board, as they already have the mechanisms in place for teaching, testing, certification, and third-party verification. Third-party verification is critical. In February of last year, it was announced that every cab driver within VTA would be trained within 6 months. And yet we hear from drivers who say they have not yet taken the training. We have no way of verifying their claims for our members. The JI is a trusted organization dedicated to public safety who has the ability to ensure that drivers' attendance, participation, and completion of the course is recorded. This is vital to ensuring that all drivers receive the training as promises, that companies can prove their claims, and that passengers can be assured that any driver they get has had the training. Unfortunately, there is a history of training attempts being inconsistent, and programs have failed for this reason. An example is the Richmond Center for Disabilities Driver Train the Trainer program, which was a course that companies agreed to participate in, but without external verification of training, record keeping, or third-party tracking, the training fell by the wayside. This is why my organization feels it is vital to have the Justice Institute's involvement. In addition to external verification of completion, the course itself would be subject to external audits and quality programming checks. While I have not seen the content of Vancouver Taxi Association's training program, I know the people and organizations who worked hard on it, and I have no doubt about the quality of the training. We remain open to working with the VTA and those who worked on Ask, Listen, Act to incorporate the work done on that program at the JI, but we remain firm on the need for the Justice Institute's involvement and the need for external verification and audits. We want to be able to assure our members that all drivers throughout Metro Vancouver have been properly trained. CAN also wants to stress the importance of testing of hands-on training, not just for passengers, but for the comfort and safety of the drivers, and to prepare the drivers to know how to properly serve their customers. The JI has been promised a donated wheelchair-accessible taxi, which allows the drivers to physically prove their ability to properly secure mobility aids and passengers with disabilities. There have already been too many incidences of improper securements which have led to injury of people and mobility aids. As a matter of public safety, we must improve our track record. The JI also has mechanisms in place to ensure that drivers will renew their training every 5 years. The training material itself will also be reviewed every 5 years. Language, mobility devices, and proper procedure for people with disabilities and age-related health issues is a living thing that changes as the years pass, and we want to ensure that the program stays relevant. The training program will be an extension of the current taxi host program. We're currently identifying community stakeholders who will help us ensure the material is inclusive and up to date, and we are excited by the interest, support, and commitment already expressed. Currently, we have commitments from the Pacific Assistance Dog Society, GS Strong's Driver Rehab Services, BC Aboriginal Network of Disability Society, and several other organizations. We have also talked to the City of Vancouver's Persons with Disabilities Committee and Senior Advisory Committee and expressed our desire for them to help with the review process. We are in talks with other organizations as we want to ensure this process is as inclusive as possible and that it meets the needs of people of varying disabilities as well as our ever-growing senior population. In addition to notifying Council of our support for the amendments to the bylaw and the development of the disability awareness training at the Justice Institute, we ask that Council consider passing a motion stating that all chauffeur drivers require hands-on disability awareness training. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Deal.
Thank you very much over here. That was a very thorough presentation. A couple of questions I just wanted for clarification. You just did say hands-on, and we've heard from our representative from Uber that they have a videotape. Is there a reason that you feel that hands-on is more important than a taped version of training?
We do. I have seen the Uber video, and it is of good quality for disability awareness training video. But the importance of hands-on is that a lot of drivers may never have seen a wheelchair before. And those who have seen a wheelchair may not have paid attention to see where the parts are. So for example, we've had incidences where drivers have secured the hooks into the spokes of the wheel, which has then, when they've had to brake suddenly, has bent the wheel, which is not just a minor inconvenience, it completely puts a person's wheelchair out of service.
Okay, and of course there's many kinds of wheelchairs.
Exactly, and so it's really helpful for the drivers to actually have the ability to have a wheelchair, have the vehicle with the up-to-date securements that are used, and to have the time to be able to try and figure it out with someone who's facilitating it. Oftentimes, as we have heard, the wait time alone for accessible taxis is long. To then add an additional time for a driver who has not dealt with a wheelchair or the securements before can be frustrating for both the passenger and the driver.
Okay, thank you. And I've got a couple other questions. That leads me to one of them. Have you identified a time, a wait time that you think is appropriate? And that's tied to my other question, which is, do you think that there's a minimum number of cabs, accessible vehicles that should be available in whatever system the city is using?
I'll take the second question first, which is that
tied together, so.
It is necessary for there to be more accessible vehicles. As our population is aging, there's more and more mobility devices. For our senior population, they often don't see themselves as having disabilities, but rather health or age-related health issues. And so they're more prone to use mobility aids now. Before, there was a bit of a shame attached to it because it was attached to disability. So the senior population is using mobility aids at an ever-increasing rate. I echo the speaker from the Vancouver Taxi Association in saying that we definitely need more taxis, accessible taxis, than is currently.
So if the market doesn't drive it, then you think that there should be minimum numbers?
Absolutely, yeah. And as for the wait time, I do think that it should be comparable, if possible, to the wait time for people without, but I definitely think it should be no more than 25, 30 minutes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And my final question then is around training. Similar question I asked our representative from Uber. Training for disabilities other than mobility, other than chair users.
Right. So within our training and the people that we've already talked to, developmental disabilities, we're currently looking at getting groups for mental health because that is certainly a big issue in the downtown east side and throughout Vancouver. And we really want to make sure that invisible disabilities are represented as well. For taxi drivers to have the training to instantly recognize signs of a disability and be able to then prepare to help their passengers properly is important. Wheelchairs, guide dogs, canes, that's all visible and easy to notice. But for many who live with invisible disabilities, it's really important that the taxi driver is able to understand their needs as well.
And training would assist with that?
So the training, yeah, and that's why we're getting as many groups as possible to review the material to make sure that we're identifying any gaps and filling that in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I just had a question. You had mentioned Ask, Listen, Act.
Yes.
And I understand that the training that the Justice Institute offers sets a certain bar, but the Ask, Listen, Act, which I understand is the training program that's endorsed by our city advisory committee, the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, you had mentioned sort of the willingness of the JIBC to work with Vancouver taxi companies to sort of bring that on. Would you be looking at making that sort of a universal training program?
Preferably, we would like to have one training program for all of Metro Vancouver so that if you had a passenger who picked up a cab in Vancouver and went to visit someone in Maple Ridge, when they returned, they were assured that the driver would have the same level of training as when they came. So preferably, yes, I would love to have training that is similar throughout the entire area. And so we're willing to work towards that and discuss that with the various groups to see if we can get that. But again, as I stated, we really feel that the Justice Institute as a third party is important to make sure that the training program is being delivered and that there are records to ensure that that all drivers are receiving it. It's not enough to have training and have a scattered amount of drivers receive it, because then even if you stay in Vancouver, you're not assured that they have received that training.
So just to follow up to that, thank you very much for the answer. If certain municipalities like Vancouver required a higher level of training, you would try and build that into your training manual so that you have standardized training universally across Metro Vancouver.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So that's all the questions you have. Thank you. And we have Bhavit G. Nagra. Not here.
Oh, he's here.
John Pallas. Oh, there's okay. John Pallas on deck and Jenica Rana also on deck. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. Oh, okay. Good evening. My name is Pavitt Negra. I'm a 22-year-old taxi driver. My dad is Gopal Negra. When I was reading the recommendations that were given to the PTB, I read something for first aid training. And my questions were that when you have first aid training, I've taken the class in grade 10, and I've seen what needs to be done. There are close to 4,500 taxi drivers that are in Vancouver right now that have active who drive daily. And the thing is, a training course costs about $100. So that's close to, for every 3 years, $1.2 million has to be paid for these drivers, including $150 like day income. $1.2 million has to be given to drive to like the St. John's so that these taxi drivers can get their certification for first aid. And the thing that I'm wondering is, like, say we do have the certification for first aid. Say something does go wrong, and since if you have your first aid, you're considered as first responders. Taxi drivers, are they liable for most of the stuff that happen in the back of the cab? And it makes me wonder that calling a paramedic isn't that hard. A paramedic can come to your cab, doesn't matter where it is, within minutes of calling it. So my main question that I have is just the liability that comes with getting your first aid license. And if taxi drivers in Vancouver have to get their first aid training, does it matter? Do all the other taxi companies in BC have to apply? Do they have to comply to the same kind of law, I guess, that they all have to get their first aid training? That's all I have for today.
Okay, thank you very much. Then you have a couple of questions, one from Councillor DeGenova. It's a holdover? Councillor Carr, is that a holdover? No. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much for coming.
Yeah, no problem.
How long have you been driving for?
I've been driving for over a year now.
Over a year. Have you had any circumstance like a medical emergency in the time that you've been driving?
The closest thing to a medical emergency I've had is where a passenger passed out in the back of my cab, right? And actually, it's not a bad story. I picked up this lady, and she passed out in the back of a cab. So what I did was I pulled over and I saw a police officer. And since I didn't want to go through her purse, or I didn't want to like do anything that associated with like me rummaging through her stuff, I asked the police officer. So she was like barely awake, so she told me where she lived. I got there and I started knocking on the front door, but I didn't know that she lived in the basement. So I woke up her renters. So I woke up like her landlords essentially. But within that time, I spent 30 minutes talking to the police because somebody passing out in the back of your cab, the best priority. It's more like if somebody is like bleeding. So it takes time for the police to respond like to certain kind of things like that. But it took about 30 minutes or so for just to finish talking to the police, getting like address, figuring out what your locations are, if they've done anything in the back, and just from that, it's an inconvenience for the driver. It was an inconvenience for my passenger itself, and it was an inconvenience to to the lady's landlords, because they have to come help her out of the cab. They have to pay for the trip because they don't know the lady didn't have anything for it. So I don't know if they're going to put her in her rent or not. But it's just that's the closest thing that I have, or like people puking in the back, right? Which is just it's like cleaning a diaper.
Notwithstanding those kinds of incidents, in getting the training to drive,
yes,
were you instructed in terms of what to do if there is a medical emergency, not of the kind that you mentioned, but like an actual heart attack or?
When I did my training at JABC, they went through like the different scenarios that can happen.
Yes.
Right. So if you're being attacked, they showed these videos.
Yes.
Right. And then the thing is, after the videos, you could ask questions and all this kind of stuff. But they showed you the different kind of scenarios that you'll most likely go through when you're driving a cab. Say it's somebody sticks you up, somebody like runs after, like runs out without paying. The different steps that you can take to achieve that they don't happen. And so they do tell you certain things that you have to do. Like if somebody does pass out, you call dispatch. Dispatch does everything from there. Then someone calls you back, or if someone wants, you have like because they teach you about like your sixth sense, right? Like kind of like gut feelings about things. Certain steps you can take, like ask for like a deposit or show something for consignment until like the whole trip is over or something like that. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and if there was a medical emergency and you call dispatch, is the response to call, would they call 911? Is that the protocol as far as you know?
So there's two different things. Usually if someone passes out, you can call dispatch. But if there's like an actual medical like emergency, like what the training taught us is from you call 911, right? Because then from 911 they take like your location, they give you steps on like what to do, what to say,
right?
Like how to say it and what to do. So
great. Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem.
Thanks very much.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks very much. That's all your questions. John Pallas and then Jenica Rana. Welcome.
Thank you. I think that some of you might be starting to sweat, but it's getting late in the night, and many of my colleagues have already addressed many of the issues that I would have brought up. And I think really the most important people that you need to hear tonight are actually on the speakers list behind me. So I respectfully withdraw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pallas. Jenica Rana.
Good evening. My name is Jenica. Thank you. A lot of my concerns have already been raised, but I will add that I am a Richmond resident and a small business owner in Surrey. My primary concerns are that by allowing suburban cab companies to come into Vancouver, we are taking away a service that is meant for these other cities. The reason why these cities received, or these cab companies received their permits in the first place was to address a service that was needed in those cities. This past summer, it was nearly impossible to get cab service in Richmond to and from night market. Similarly, the River Rock Casino continues to have empty cab stands on Friday, Saturday nights. As the population of Vancouver grows, it is expected that transportation needs will grow as well. The suburban cab companies are not able to dedicate their services in their own cities, so therefore they really have no obligation to dedicate it in Vancouver either. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have, there's no questions for you. So now we're on to Ralph Konstantinovich,
Yeah, that's
or something thereof.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
my
much.
name is Ralph Konstantinovich.
Thank you.
And thanks. And I've been working as 22 years as a taxi driver, over 1.5 million kilometers driven, more than 300 25,000 passengers were in my cab, alone in Vancouver. I did have few accidents, more or less. And I did had first aid training in a high school and later in military. And in those 22 years, I did not have any situation where I'm going to use that first aid training. So I believe that this thing is just completely unnecessary because it's never to put on everybody because we're never going to use. But if the councillor believe that it's necessary to be used, then I would like to be applied all over the bylaw 6066 because there is limousines, there's charter vans, there is airport shuttle bus, school shuttle. We all drive people, so they deserve. So they will have people with disabilities as well. So all of them should have it. That's another reason as well to create the level playing field for whole industry of transportation people in Vancouver. Not to mention that additional time going and additional time doing it is going to pretend and create additional burden on we are already talking about low income wages. That's regarding B1. B2, refreshment, 5 years. Well, I don't have a problem with that if it's developed properly, but as well I would like to see all over this whole bylaw. Not only taxi drivers, because we don't want to put anything only on one category. There's about 25 different categories in the bylaw. So I mean, you overload one category, the other categories do different things. So I will move down to B5, recommendations of the staff for accessible taxi drivers to wait 3 minutes. I don't know, we are doing that already, so that's not the issue. To accompany passengers door-to-door service, we do it already where it's possible. And to carry their items, yes, we do that. That's something what is, I don't see reason to be in a bylaw. There is roundtable discussions, there is VTA meetings with the city licensing inspector. They can just create a policy, common policy for the taxi drivers. And these common policies can change. Today, tomorrow is going to be something different versus going through bylaw and wasting time and making something what will be in 10 years or 5 years redundant completely. Although that creates question as well of insurance, because we know the accident that happens, particularly with the people in a wheelchair, if they're not properly secured, they're going to expect from us to wheel them to door to door. So that will require for taxi companies to apply additional insurance, not only what we have already, and that will increase the cost as well of transportation. Then the question, many of the buildings, they don't have parking places in front, so when we stop our cars, we have to find a place, and there we stop illegally, we can get the tickets as well. So that creates additional things. So I think all those things are possible to work, but they have to be work operational, and I don't see them sitting in a bylaw. Okay, I will jump to B19, share ride, and I was offended with the name of share ride because that item, there is nothing about share ride there. That number is deceiving, dishonest, and offensive. I mean, when I go to a restaurant, I don't share a ride with my cook, food with my cook. He cooks for me. I pay for him. So this guy expects to be paid. So there is nothing. So I would ask if they can change it'll call this real thing the real names, what it is actually. It's not a share ride. It's another passenger-directed vehicle provider. So I found that very bad, putting that in report. Now I will go between on B7 to B10 on downtown entertainment district. And I heard lots of comments already, but I have something new to offer. There is definitely demand for cabs in Vancouver, but they're definitely in a relatively short period of time. They're not in 24 hours. Particularly during the summer cruise season between 8 and 10, and then holidays, weekends, not every day, every whatever. And then weekends, we're already doing the T-cars, and that's actually great improvement. But they're not so much flexible. They have to apply for license, this and that, and it has to be prearranged 1 year or 6 months ahead, ask for PTB and so on. But we have to change that structure. So what I recommend to the councillor is completely to get rid of this, T-cars. And what to do? To implement something else. I want to mention as well on these suburban cabs as well, those 38 cars is not going to help anything because they're not going to be on dispatch platform, so they're going to be just floating around.
You're out of time, I'm afraid. It goes by quickly, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it goes quite quickly, sorry.
Thank you very much. There's no questions tonight. So I've been asked by a couple of people for a 5-minute pit stop. So we've been going for 2.5 hours. So we'll take a 5-minute break. That's Pal Chima coming back. Okay, if councilors can take their seats, please. Councilors, take their seats. And we shut the door at the back, please. Okay, we have quorum now, so we'll continue with number 22, Paul Chima, followed by Sargit Shannon. No, last name is Kila. Good evening.
Mic's not on.
Good evening, Councillor, Mayor, Honorable Mayor. My name is Sahaj Paul Chima, and I'm driving a cab, 27 years, wheelchair accessible, and all those 27 years, I've been working hard and getting my kids got raised. I have 3 kids, and we all 3 dependent on me. And all those 27 years, like I don't have any complaints regarding from the city, and just all of a sudden, it's like those 38 cabs are concerned, and just appealing the councillor, and it's like not allow those 38 cabs on the road. So, and we have to find another solution. And I think is all the 4 companies are agreed to work it on how we can find the solution on the peak period and so on. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is helpful when speakers such as yourself know that it's been said before, just to be as short as that. We appreciate it. Thank you. And now we have Sharbi Kila, is it?
Good evening. My name is Shanann Sarbjeet Kila,
Yeah.
and I am a resident of the city of Vancouver. I'm here to just share some personal experiences and some concerns that I have. Unfortunately, these personal experiences are from being a lone cab rider late at night, and they've taken place in the cities of New West, Surrey, and even Montreal, where I've had taxi cab drivers who have tried to strike up inappropriate conversations with me and even send me like invitations to go on a date, and even some more inappropriate suggestions have been made. This is, first of all, as a woman in a cab, it's very uncomfortable to find yourself in a situation like that. The great thing is it's never happened in the city of Vancouver, so I'm really happy about that. But even though I haven't experienced anything like this in Vancouver, the experiences have changed the way I use taxi service for life. I do not flag cabs down anymore. I do not know who that person is that is picking me up on the other end. I will only call a cab because at least I have that reassurance and confidence that should I encounter another situation that makes me uncomfortable or I have been treated inappropriately, at least I can call the cab company back and the person can be tracked. You know, it's sad that I feel that way, but again, I'm very happy that it hasn't happened to me in Vancouver. My next safety concern is actually regarding long lineups and waits for cabs outside of nightclubs at night, or even just, you know, regular if you want to pick up even at the mall sometimes, or after the SkyTrain. Sometimes I have to get to a certain point by SkyTrain and then get a cab. and waiting at those places sometimes late at night by myself, which I do go out alone a lot. So I find that it is a bit of a concern for me to not be able to call in and get a cab right away. And one of the worst experiences I had was recently in North Vancouver, where I waited for 80 minutes for a cab. And I don't feel that anyone should have to wait that long. And perhaps the reason why I waited 80 minutes for a cab was maybe that the cab drivers from there were here illegally picking up customers in Vancouver. And so I feel that by allowing the other cab companies to come into Richmond, we are really unable to follow through and see who it is that's picking us up. And secondly, we are now creating a problem in the other municipalities. We are spreading our problem here of our taxi shortage to the other municipalities, and they have to pay for that by us taking their drivers away from them. And I feel that's a major concern, especially for a lone woman at night who needs a ride and comfort, safety on the way home. The other thing that I thought was really cool is I was drunk one night and I lost my cell phone in a Vancouver cab. And the next morning when I discovered I had lost it, it was really easy for me to track back because at least I know which company I was with. It's a local company. If I'm flagging down cabs and I'm drunk in the middle of the night and I lose something or something happens, chances are if I'm drunk enough to lose my phone, then chances are I'm unable to track the company the next morning. So, I just came here to express my concerns, but even listening to everybody else's comments.
Thank you. You're out of time now.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Jill Wise, next, please.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Jill Weiss, and I've been asked by the Transportation Subcommittee of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee to present their views. There are three main concerns and recommendations we'd like to bring to your attention. One is the serious shortage of wheelchair-accessible taxis in Vancouver. Two, the need to ensure that any of rideshare or publicly available transportation system includes accessible vehicles and driver disability training. And three, the need to ensure that any suburban taxis licensed in Vancouver have the same required disability training as the Vancouver taxi drivers currently have. First of all, back to wheelchair accessible taxis. There is a significant shortage of wheelchair accessible taxis in Vancouver. The average total service response time is twice as long for accessible taxis as for non-accessible taxis. That's an unacceptable difference in service quality. People with disabilities actually have a higher need for taxi service. Many of us cannot drive, and HandyDart only provides an average of 2.5 round trips per month per registered user. So people with disabilities are actually far more dependent on taxis than other people are. This report recognizes the serious shortage of wheelchair-accessible taxis and recommends Council support the VTA appeal of 58 additional wheelchair-accessible taxi licenses. That's excellent, but it's no longer applicable because the appeal has already been submitted in August and the Passenger Transportation Board has already ruled. So we suggest that the report recommendation be amended so that the city strongly supports any future application of the Vancouver Taxi Association for 58 additional wheelchair-accessible taxi licenses. With regard to accessibility and the safety of rideshare systems, we think it's essential that the city ensure that any publicly available transportation system is accessible to all citizens and must include accessible vehicles and driver disability training. We understand that rideshare systems will be discussed later with other shareholders, and that's fine, but it's important for the city to establish certain basic human rights parameters beforehand. The report has a table that compares rideshares to standard taxi services, but there are two vital parts missing: the provision of accessible vehicles and driver disability training. Rideshare systems use private vehicles and private drivers, so they are usually unlikely to have wheelchair accessible vehicles. Also, because of the quasi-semi-private nature of the ride shares, they are unlikely to have appropriate driver training. We ask the Council ensure that the inclusion of accessible vehicles and driver disability training is a necessary requirement for any publicly available transportation system in our city, including ride shares. And thirdly, suburban taxi licenses required driver disability training. If suburban taxi licenses are issued to operate in Vancouver, the drivers of those vehicles must be required to complete the same taxi driver disability training that is currently required of Vancouver taxi drivers. Taxi driver training, disability training is very important. Untrained drivers are unsafe. Trained drivers are safe. There are many cases of people with disabilities being injured by untrained drivers, including a death in Manitoba of an elderly woman and a broken ankle of a city councillor with a disability in Vancouver. To address the need for effective training, the city's transportation plan mandates taxi driver disability training, and an excellent taxi driver training program called Ask, Listen, Act is currently required for all Vancouver taxi drivers. This training is extremely effective and is the result of a broad collaboration with disability groups, seniors groups, city staff, and taxi companies, including the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, the Seniors Advisory Committee, the Umbrella Group for People with Disabilities, the Disability Alliance, the Seniors Umbrella Group, Council of Senior Citizens, CNIB, Western Institute for the Deaf, the city's Vehicle for Hire Inspector, and all 4 Vancouver taxi companies. And this training is very effective. We've heard incredible results about it. To ensure the same level of service and quality, we ask that the city require that any Vancouver licensed suburban taxi complete the same taxi driver disability training now required. And I'd like to add a few more things based on previous comments. This training is free. Of course, they keep written records of all the taxi drivers that have completed the program and the dates that they have done so. They have all gone through it. Our committee was very concerned that a new training program is being developed because our previous...
Your time is up, Jill, but you do have questions coming up here. So, Councillor DeGenova, you might want to follow up on that.
Thank you very much for coming, Ms. Weiss. I had a question, first of all, a little bit about the Ask, Listen, Act. And as the liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Committee, along with Councillor Affleck, I've learned a little bit about this. But we had heard from another speaker earlier about the idea of having a universal training program around Metro Vancouver, and that the JI already offers a program. Can you speak to how Ask, Listen, Act would be beneficial for all taxi drivers, including perhaps even suburban taxi drivers to have?
Well, I'll say just a little bit about how brilliant it is and how unique it is. Taxi drivers are busy. You don't want them to go to 2 weeks of training because they won't remember it anyway, neither would anybody else for that matter. So what you want is a very focused training that gives them the basics about each disability. For example, the Act, Listen, Act talks about sip and puff. What is sip and puff? And how do you help somebody who uses sip and puff? How do you help somebody whose head is in a vice when they go into a taxi? How do you help people who are deaf and blind? So it has that kind of detail. But the most important part of the program is it says the passengers are the experts. And so you are supposed to ask the passenger what they need to do, listen to what they say, and then do it. And the results are absolutely amazing. I guess I just have to say the Justice Institute used to provide disability taxi training, and it was removed from being required because it was ineffective, expensive, and very time-consuming. There are many people who were injured while that was in place. So we actually asked the Vancouver Taxi Association if they would provide the Ask, Listen, Act training to the suburban companies rather than the Justice Institute, and they said yes for $35, and we sent that information over, and they said no. So, I mean, it's been offered at $35. I'm sure the Justice Institute will charge hundreds of dollars.
Okay, thank you. A couple of other quick questions is regarding the unfortunate decision and the unfortunate outcome of the appeal with the Passenger Transportation Board and the rejection of the accessible taxis that had been applied for. I'm just wondering, does the committee or do you have a stance on how the city should be proceeding with that?
Yeah, I actually think we don't know. We hope you do proceed, but given that the appeal's already been denied, and we're talking about a really serious inequity. I mean, twice as long to wait for a ride when you, in fact, likely have a medical condition that makes that very difficult is unacceptable and probably a violation of the Human Rights Code. So I'm not sure. I really don't know. Certainly you can support any new application, and I'm certainly going to help them. But obviously, many more wheelchair accessible vehicles are needed. And I have a really good example from my own experience. I usually take regular sedans because I can transfer, but sometimes I take wheelchair accessible vehicles. When I take a regular sedan, I get a ride within 2 to 12 minutes, almost all the time. When I take a wheelchair accessible van, I get a ride within 40 to 65 minutes. That's my own experience. Maybe other people's are different, but it's quite marked.
Okay, and I know that Ms. Brown is here on behalf of the committee as well, and she'll be speaking after you, but can you speak to any changes you might like to see sort of in the recommendation, or sort of, are you here to support the recommendation, or how are you speaking, in favor or?
Well, we would like to see the city make a commitment to trying to get the 58 additional licenses. We would like to the city to make a statement that any publicly available transportation system has to include accessible vehicles and appropriate driver training. And we would like the city, if they do license suburban taxis, to ensure they have the same training that the Vancouver taxis have, or at least equivalent. And certainly don't undermine the wonderful training that was collaboratively developed by the disability and seniors community and city staff and the taxi companies.
Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deal.
Yes, Ms. Weiss, you can't see me. I'm behind this.
I'm a woman. I can't talk to someone if I can't.
But I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
And I can see Kathy up behind you there.
Okay.
Just a couple of follow-up questions, questions I've asked earlier tonight as well. Do you feel that you will need a sort of a minimum number of accessible cabs, full wheelchair accessible cabs, in order to assure that you'll be able to get decent ride times?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of a statistician, and I would really actually need to do a mathematical model and tell you exactly to feel comfortable in my statistician soul. But I think it's obvious that instead of 20, we need 60 or 70 at the very least.
And did you hear anything from the representative from Uber that gave you assurances that those minimum numbers would be achieved?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the wheelchair accessible taxis. In terms of Uber, I think it's very difficult for them to have accessible vehicles. If they do, I'm happy. I mean, if they manage to have a system to do that, that's good. That doesn't address the driver training, but if they can address those two things.
Okay, well, that was my next question, was around the issue, which again I've asked earlier tonight, around the video which you watch in privacy, and you make the assumption that everyone did watch it in good faith, versus hands-on training.
Yeah, no, all of them are necessary. The ACTless and ACT training program, for example, has 3 parts: hands-on training, a video, and a manual that people can take away. And if you just have a video, well, I mean, if anybody could just watch a video, we'd all have university degrees in no time, right? I mean,
there are some universities I think that's the case with, but and then finally, we've heard that the training, and that there are technologies available through the Uber system that are useful for people with both hearing and visual limits, but that there is not necessarily training for that. Do you feel that the technology can take care of that issue, or that training is also necessary?
I think I couldn't answer that properly because I'm too old to be an app person.
I think somebody else is coming up that I can probably ask.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's all your questions. Kathy Brown now, please.
A little taller. Not much, but a little. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Kathy Brown. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. I also sit on some of the subcommittees, including transportation. I am pitch hitting today. I didn't expect to be speaking, but one of our other members was sadly too infirm to attend. So I am not as polished as Jill will be. And she has, as usual, presented a very complete overview of our concerns and the challenges that we face as a disability community. But I did want to just, as I usually try to do, interject a little bit of a little more of the human side to the equation and just ask you to all put yourself in the shoes of someone who is disabled and is waiting for an accessible cab for an unacceptable amount of time, which means they may have missed a doctor's appointment. They may have some very bad physical issues that they can't attend to. They may be missing out on taking some medication. There are a lot of variables that you don't necessarily think about when you're just thinking about wait times and it's just an inconvenience. It could be much more than that. And when we're talking about comfort and safety of a passenger, it's not only making sure they're comfortable in the cab and get in and out of the cab and are safely tied in and buckled in and whatever else, but it's also the emotional toll that having to wait and having to undergo that stress really reduces the comfort level of a person driving, and where you guys don't have to worry about that. If a cab doesn't come, you'll call another one, or else you can hail one, or else you can find one. There's always a way around it. We don't have that luxury. And so if you kind of put that human equation in there, I'd appreciate it. Also, with regards to Uber, our other rideshare companies, the need for accessible, truly accessible vehicles and absolute thorough hands-on training, which would be on par with, as Jill said, the excellent training that's coming here, that we already have here in Vancouver. It's absolutely critical. And as a person who's a bit of a geek and loves gadgets, I have actually in the US used Uber and Lyft and use their apps, and I am a frequent user of the taxi apps up here. Two things: I'm delighted if some of these apps can actually have additions to them where you get sound and other enhancements that will help disabled people, because most of the people I know can't even use an app on a smartphone because they're unable to see it or maneuver it or touch it or whatever. So I'm delighted that there are enhancements that may be coming into play. It will really help people. And kind of to address the young lady who was talking about safety as a woman alone, I take a lot of cabs. And, I'm an old doll who sees very little and worries about safety. If those apps down the road include some kind of panic button that you can very cleverly press on your smartphone and alert, dispatch or alert the central area that these apps come from, I think that would be a hell of a good adjunct to what these apps are currently offering, and I think we'd all feel a lot safer. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very useful perspective, Ms. Brown. Hang on. I'm just going to follow up with the question I was asking earlier about the training.
Just a moment. I need to put your mic on.
Oh, there.
Haven't moved to you yet. You're way ahead of the game.
My light was on, so I thought my mic was on.
No.
Okay.
Councillor Deal.
Thank you. Why, thank you. Thank you, Chair Stevenson. The question I was asking earlier, I'll repeat for you as well, which is around the training aspect, and I'm pleased to hear that you can actually compare the different apps. That's very useful. Is that we've heard about the need for training when it comes to chairs in particular. Do you feel that hands-on training or even video training would be useful with other types of disabilities? Because we've heard that technology can deal with a lot of issues around vision and hearing, and I wasn't sure if training would also be a good addition.
I think it's necessary. Everybody sees differently. There are profound hearing losses and some partially. People who hear partially. There are people who see a bit. There are people who don't see at all. The nature of the disabilities may make people maybe a little less balanced in terms, like I literally can fall sometimes on the sidewalk for no reason, basically because I haven't got enough sight sometimes and my balance is bad. So everybody's going to require different help. And I think certainly hearing what people have to say and listening to them is a very good directive for people to know how to act. But I wouldn't rely just on video. There's no way. I think you have to have some real life experiences there. And what we haven't addressed tonight, too, by the way, is the fact that there are people who cannot communicate because they have speech disabilities, and that is something to also keep in mind.
Yeah, I was thinking of the rest of the menu of things that people manage to deal with, and wasn't sure how many to list. So thank you very much for that.
Okay. That it?
Councillor Di Genova, one more question, please.
Just a moment. Maybe I have two. Thank you for coming, Ms. Brown. I know that another representative of the committee was supposed to be here tonight, so I'll try not to put you on the spot. But overall, just speaking to the recommendations, I know that the committee had made some suggestions to myself and Councillor Affleck as the liaisons to bring forward. And would you mind just speaking to those a little bit, what you're hoping to accomplish and achieve if the recommendations the committee has proposed and introduced through us are passed tonight?
Well, certainly, I think, and Jill has covered most of them very well as the co-chair of our subcommittee. But certainly, there's definitely a need for those extra handicap accessible vehicles. We can't do without them for several reasons. I mean, you know, we have to reduce the wait times. We have to be conscious of the fact that more and more cabs are being used, you know, by TransLink and Handy Travel, and, you know, passengers, and we have to be conscious of that too. And in an aging population where more and more people are going to be, you know, challenged in some way physically, we're going to need them. It's not going to go away. And you know, if it's not your parents or your grandparents or a neighbor down the street, it might be you in 10 years or 15 years. We have to be, I think we have to be, you know, farsighted in that way and look to what is necessary, not just now, but down the road.
Thank you so much. I know that another concern of the committee was that not all training is universal in training taxi cab drivers on how to properly respond to and interact with persons with disabilities. It's not just simply about being able to hook the wheelchair in correctly. So regardless of the other training programs that the other taxi companies outside of Vancouver may have, it's very important, I understand, to our committee here at the city to have the Ask, Listen, Act or the equivalent, so the same or equivalent program. Could you, I know Ms. Weiss spoke about that a little bit. Can you tell us about the importance of that?
Well, I think, as Jill said, there's a, you know, the thoroughness, the thought that went into it, the time that was devoted to making this right, the number of groups that really also gave of their time and their input. When you have that many people agreeing on something, it's got to be right. And I, you know, I wasn't directly involved with that negotiation and all those people, because that was a subset of our committee that was involved with that. But I believe in consensus, and if we had that much consensus, then I can only say it's a good thing. And the proof, I think, so far is in the pudding, where we have, you know, nothing but praise really for this. So I think consistency is very important, and no matter what, there have to be principles and processes that apply to everybody, or else it's not going to work.
Well, thank you very much for coming and for sharing those thoughts with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Natasha Stahl, Lorraine Logan following, and then Jane Dyson. Natasha?
Okay, cool. Good evening, everyone. My name is Natasha Rignestad Stahl. I'm a student at UBC, working on a economics project under the UBC's Vancouver School of Economics. And tonight I'd like to bring forward some ideas regarding ride sharing. Specifically, it's in relationship with environmental sustainability. I recognize through watching the previous City Council meeting that the ultimate power in this decision does fall to the Passenger Transportation Board. But I'd like to support recommendation B19 and urge the city to consider these points surrounding ride sharing's relationship with environmental sustainability. The report to council on October 13th of this year recognizes that taxis are integral to supporting the city's sustainability goals to reduce car ownership and use. However, on the topic of ride sharing, I feel as though the report fails to recognize the potential opportunity for decreased emissions and reduction in cars where comprehensive carpooling services such as Uber Pool are also available. For those of you who don't know, Uber Pool is an example of dynamic ride sharing combined with carpooling. So it's a service operated by Uber which lets people request an Uber ride the same way you request a taxi. But the catch with Uber Pool is that if possible, it will match you with a rider heading in the same direction. The Uber vehicle makes the detour to pick up the other passenger, and the cost of the trip is split between the riders, saving the rider money and reducing emissions. The TomTom Traffic Index ranks Vancouver as the 20th most congested city in the world, as I'm sure many of you can attest to sitting in traffic. According to the report, based on a 30-minute commute, the average person will add an extra 23 minutes to their trip just sitting in traffic. And a Transport Canada study calculates the monetary value of someone's workday hours about $38 on average. So if we're thinking about all the people sitting in Vancouver's traffic, each wasting a lot of time, it ends up being a lot of money. I recognize New York is not the same structure as Vancouver in the slightest, but a study from MIT about New York found that about 95% of all taxi trips could be shared without significantly increasing ride times. So I feel that Uber Pool could simultaneously meet the demand surplus for taxis while also taking cars off the road, which would go a long way to reduce congestion in Vancouver. All of this doesn't really matter, though, if we can't feasibly suggest that people will actually ride with Uber Pool over an alternative form of transportation. Although the government efforts to encourage carpooling have been there through HOV lanes, construction of carpool parking lots, etc., the number of people carpooling just is not very high. A study can suggest that one of the primary benefits of a personal vehicle is there's a huge reduction in information costs. So if you imagine a person that doesn't have a car, but they want to take a trip. If they elect to take the bus, they must find the bus route, the time of the bus, when the bus is coming, where the bus stop is, and the travel and wait times. Similarly, if a person wants to carpool, they must find someone else who's going to the same place at the same time. The cost of the time it takes to obtain this information is simply not worth it to people who can just jump in their own personal vehicle. This has been part of the reason that in 2011, according to Stats Canada, 74% of people drove to work and only 5.4% were passengers. In San Francisco, Uber's first city, almost 50% of Uber rides are now through Uber Pool, showing that people are willing to take Uber Pool because it reduces the information cost by taking it out of the hands of the rider and relying on technology to match you with a driver and other passengers taking a similar route. One aspect of the ride-sharing debate we feel has been neglected is its environmental advantages. One example of ride-sharing combined with carpooling, as I mentioned previously, is Uber Pool. It currently operates in 6 cities, and Uber has conducted studies in San Francisco to see how it's affected pollution. They've concluded that Uber Pool does reduce fuel consumption and carbon emissions. While I fully acknowledge the obvious bias of this study that it was conducted by Uber, the environmental community does agree that ride-sharing reduces carbon emissions, with the International Energy Agency estimating that by adding 1 person to every commute trip, 10.4% of total petroleum consumption could be eliminated in Canada. Another aspect of the pollution problem is the social cost of carbon, which is an estimate of the economic damages associated with an increase in CO2 emissions. The Environmental Protection Agency currently states that the social cost of carbon is $40 per metric ton and predicts it will nearly double by 2050. Ride-sharing and carpooling programs such as Uber Pool have been heavily considered as an option to reduce CO2 emissions in Vancouver, which will decrease the amount of spending on pollution abatement and subsequently contribute towards Vancouver's 2020 Greenest City Action Plan. Allowing Uber and subsequently Uber Pool to operate in Vancouver is an important step in reducing transportation pollution, as it would lead to the inclusion of ride-sharing in Vancouver's transportation options in the green sector. Thank you.
Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. I just had a question regarding sort of your passion for rideshare, and it certainly is noted in our recommendation. It's something the City of Vancouver is looking at, and as we've heard tonight, it certainly is an issue that has its own issues. The speaker before you was talking about accessibility with ride sharing. How do you feel about that? Do you feel that there are some issues that need to be sorted through and worked out to make sure that ride share is accessible to all, whether or not that's wheelchair accessible or accessible to all persons with disabilities?
Yeah, it's not something that I had previously looked at. We've been working on this group project now for like just over a couple weeks, and that's not something that we have fully looked into. However, I did watch like the Uber representative at the beginning of this meeting, and I felt like he had some pretty good options. That's not something I even really knew that Uber had been considering. So I think it's great that they are looking into something like that. I think a lot of the time their target market does seem to be more like younger people and people of like lower income. So I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest, until this meeting. But I do think that the speakers previously have brought up some really important points, and that's definitely something I think that should be considered in the debate.
So much.
Thank you. That's all the questions you have. Lorraine Logan.
Long night for an old person. Your Mayor, councillors, thank you. I'm here on a couple of issues regarding this report. And I'm going to take a little bit of umbrance right now and say that when Heather McCain got up here talking about the JI and the training, I was part of Ask, Listen, and Act right from the get-go, from the very beginning. When Vancouver Taxi Association, Carolyn Bauer, the president, came to, I guess it was the Handy Dart Coalition Committee, and asked us if we would consider participating in getting together a training manual. We were, and I'll tell you very honestly, very reluctant. We thought, well, what's in it for them? And we discussed this very, very thoroughly as a committee of lots of different community involvement. And we thought we'd go with it. And please understand that most of the work done on this was done by volunteers in the community, by persons with disabilities and seniors. We went back to our associations and asked people to volunteer to come out and give us their expertise. It doesn't get better than that. It really doesn't. These are the people, these are the grassroots people that need these services. And what we got out of it was, well, finally, somebody's asking us. What a novel approach. You actually go to the people that need the services. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Instead of governments and associations making these rules, they actually came and asked the people who need these services. And believe me, it's going to be coming more and more. As I'm standing here, I'm multiplying and aging. You do know now that all people over 65 outrank those under 14. So we gotcha. I really want to stress that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is here. I sat in on a training session with 13 taxi drivers taking the Act, Listen, and Act. It's a 6-module, 2.5-hour to 3-hour presentation, interactive, so that the gentlemen, and most of them are men who do the driving, were asked for their opinions. What another novel idea. The drivers actually being asked how they feel about transporting us. And some really interesting things came out, and they also were recognized for being professional drivers. And they are. They do this for a living day in and day out. And I just thought the approach was so good. It did take us a while to get there because we decided as a group that we needed to keep it simple, easy language so everybody could understand. It's a really good piece of work, and it's a living piece of work. Why now? Again, I got to tell you, I sit on the Access Transportation Committee for the TransLink. I've been pushing them to put that in their contracts for the taxi cab drivers to say there's got to be adequate training. I sit on the Handy Dart Coalition. And I sit on other various things that do advisory, and the Passenger Transportation Board. I sit on that. And for 6 years, and I have enough witnesses in this room to say I've been there, to start to demand to have adequate training for our drivers. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to try to pick up somebody and you didn't know how to tie them down. Can you imagine the fear? And let's face it, not everybody wants to drive people in a wheelchair around. It's something that's come upon us gradually, and it's becoming part of our culture that everybody is being treated as equally as possible, finally. So, I really want to rethink about this training. We have it. How you work it out and who owns what and how we share this, we've got to sit down as reasonable human beings and talk about this. But please, let's not go into reinventing it all over again, putting more costs into something that's actually working right now. And speaking to the drivers who've taken the training, I think they'll agree that, it's reasonable. It's not like 15 hours of class time. And the other part of this report I'd like to speak to is the accessible taxis. Often our community, persons with disabilities or seniors with a disability, don't speak out when they don't get a cab. They're afraid. They're afraid of that, that blacklist that we don't want to talk about, that if they complain, they may not get a ride next time. So they talk to us, or they talk to us in their peer groups. And why should somebody have to wait over an hour to get an accessible cab? That's not fair.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Mayor Robertson, you're on the queue.
Well, I get the mayor. This is just respectful, is it?
It's all about respect for our elders. Actually, I don't have questions for you. I do want to thank you for your leadership on Ask, Listen, Act and all the other fronts. A lot of great leaders from the disability community here tonight, and I just want to thank you for your work on that. And on the council side of business, I just wanted to make a motion to extend the meeting tonight to finish the business, just so everyone knows we'll hear the rest of the speakers and make our decision on next steps tonight.
Okay, so we have a motion to extend till we finish the business. Is there a second?
Just before I finish, I'd like to thank the mayor for raising the International Day of the Older Person flag, and you owe me the flag.
We'll get it back to you.
That was not a vote. So all in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. So we'll go till we finish the business for those of you who are in the audience tonight. And next we have Jane Dyson and then Harjinder Ojla.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, if you can hear me now.
Yes.
So really, pretty much all I wanted to say has already been said, and I know we're really tired, so I'm not going to take too long, but I do want to just talk about the training again. Lorraine and I are on a number of committees, and this whole thing with the Ask, Listen and Act training really started when Lorraine and I realized that the Justice Institute was no longer training taxi drivers in tie-down procedures. And we were quoted in a report somewhere where we were shocked and stunned that out of all the things you teach drivers, that was the one that was no longer being trained because not sure why, but there you go. And then Vancouver Taxi Association approached us, and that's very important. They approached us for our input. And it did take 18 months. We spent a whole weekend filming up at GF Strong. We had many, many volunteers. And what was really cool, as I think Lorraine mentioned, was that the Vancouver Taxi Association understood that the users are the experts and they're the people that should be asked. And also that the training is free, and that the Vancouver Taxi Association has offered to provide it to other drivers for $35 per driver, which is very reasonable. And finally, that they're interested in updating it so that it doesn't become a stale piece of training. So we now have two training. We have the Justice Institute training that is currently being used. We have the Ask, Listen and Act training. And now we hear there's maybe a third training. So pretty soon we're going to have a whole library of different training for taxi drivers. The great thing about the one that we worked on is that it's short and simple and straightforward. It doesn't have to be rocket science. It's not a thesis. It's training taxi drivers. So that's where I want to go for that with that. And on the issue of the suburban licenses, if this is going to happen, and we don't take a position on it, but if it is going to happen, then we strongly urge that those companies be required to take the Ask, Listen and Act training. With respect to the accessible taxis, we're really disappointed at the PTB's decision to deny the 78 licenses. There's been a lot of talk tonight about whether we need 78, whether we should have 60, whether we should have 50. I don't know. I'm not a statistician. I do know that my volunteers who are wheelchair users who use cabs to come to work quite often have to wait a really long time. I do know that our clients that come to the office that are wheelchair users that need cabs have to wait a really long time. I know that we're all getting older, and I know that TransLink is going to be using taxis increasingly to provide rides because their funding is not so strong, and it's a cheaper way to provide rides. And actually, a lot of people prefer taxis to the shared ride. So if we only need 60 now, we're sure as hell going to need 78 pretty soon. So why not just do it now? So if council can support an application, I'm not sure what the VTA is going to do with, because the rejection just came down yesterday, so it's early days. With regards to ride sharing and Uber, DABC is really concerned about this, not supportive. I am personally not convinced that Uber will provide training to their drivers on how to work with people with disabilities and frail seniors. I note in the report that the staff is advising that taxi drivers be taking the occupational first aid certificate. So are we going to ask Uber drivers to take that same standard of care with their drivers? How is that going to work? In addition to safety, I am concerned about the impact of ride-sharing programs on the taxi industry, and where it's not really my purview, I think it'll have a negative impact on the quality of taxi service. What incentive will new drivers coming up have to participate in a regulated system with proper training if they can just go and use their own car and you know, drive when they feel like it with no real supervision? I don't feel confident that Uber really supervises its drivers anywhere near sufficiently. So I think that's really all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Now we have Arjinda Ujla and then Jasper Nijar.
Given Ride a lot of time to jail from 1202 Harvard to the garden at Malcolm. And her tip levels were always above average. And in a sedan, because she has a foldable wheelchair. So when she came here, I remembered her. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hajindo Ojala. Been in the taxi business for 32 years, specifically a yellow cab. I will withdraw most of my presentation, but before I get this one point off my chest, I applaud this council, work hard to make the city greenest in this world. But if these 38 licenses get approved today, we will be going in the opposite direction. When we pick up a trip from downtown core, going to UBC, Marpole, Champlain Heights, PNE area, because we are based in Vancouver, decades of business built here, we got a call customer from those areas and very little dead mileage, very little. You can imagine These suburban cabs don't have any call business whatsoever in Vancouver. So how much dead mileage they be putting on those vehicles? Even these hybrid cabs, they consume 2/3 of the fuel than the regular vehicles. I've driven both. So if these licenses were approved today, Honorable Mayor and the Council and the Chair, we will be doing 180.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr has a question for you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much for coming. So you've been in the taxi industry for 32 years.
Yes.
Can you give me an estimate of how many times you've had a real medical emergency in the time you've been, like, when you've been out driving?
Puking in the cab many, many times. But one time I remember I had a pregnant woman in the cab, and she broke her water. And for some reason, she didn't call the ambulance. She got in my cab at the back seat, and there was blood. And so I pulled over on the side, I picked up these papers from this, newspapers from the this box at the side of the street, because we didn't have the leather seats at that time. So I put them on the seat, but I rushed to the hospital and we made it. That's what I could remember.
Okay, one time. Have you called 911? Have you had the occasion to call 911?
That was a long time ago. I believe I didn't have a cell phone at that time.
So maybe in 32 years, there's 2 incidents. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jasper. Not here. Thank you very much. Susha Punia.
Sucha's not here either.
I'm sorry, I already crossed you off the list on.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Back in 2006, Miss Dyson there, I met her at the roundtable meetings. That's the time when we had those 99, I believe, taxi licenses. And among the discussion, part of the condition was for every cab company in town to have 15% of their fleet accessible, which some resistance in some cases, but you know, it all come together. And the other was that we promised to make it all green. And a few years later, not only those, but the whole fleet is now green. So I'm very proud of that fact. As far as Uber goes, we are not selective. We cater to everyone. Ubers and limousine companies, they do discriminate. They only pick up people with, they guaranteed to have money. And taxi companies are not. You know, we don't, people that don't have a credit card, we pick them up. People with little money, we pick them up. People with whatever way they're dressed, we pick them up. They holler, they call, we go and pick them up. We do not discriminate. Where, like so Uber and a limousine company, they do discriminate against those people. And sort of paraphrase President Obama, you know, they come up with all kind of, our friend there from Uber came up with all the fancy words and which benefit this, benefit that. Like he said, you can put a lipstick on a pig, pig is still a pig. They can use all the fancy words, but they're still a taxi company. Those times. They can come up with all those nice, fancy, educated men put out, but that is still a taxi company. So putting lipstick on isn't going to change that. The other is, Vancouver is our home. A lot of us have operated in this city, and we are proud to be part of this town, of this city. So it's our home. Like anybody else, we protect our home. Our pride is in our home. When somebody else comes in and uninvited, well, frankly, we're not happy. So that's that case with our friends from Suburban. The third is like, I'm a president of McClure's Cabs, and we pride ourselves that we don't have elections. We run our company like a family, and we get together. Eventually, we have managed to extend that into the, I'm very proud of those people that, I'm not one of them, mind you, but the ones that run VTA, they made all 4 companies into that type of a joint, jointly agreeable, which we weren't never before, but we have done that, they have done that in the last 6-7 years. So they getting together makes it easier on everyone. People on this side of the fence and people on this side of the fence and people across the water. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And you have no questions. Matej Mekar, M-E. How do you pronounce your first name?
Matej.
Matej, sorry.
Mayor and Council, thank you. So my name is Matej Mekar, and I'm here to speak in support of ride-sharing companies like Uber to operate in our city. I understand the taxi companies' reservations for allowing more competition like ride-share companies from coming to the city. That being said, competition spurs innovation, and I don't think we should hold innovation in favor of an old and monopolized business model. The benefits of ride shares for companies are many. I've sort of separated them for benefits of drivers and benefits of passengers. So benefits for drivers themselves, taxi companies charge exorbitant prices for taxi licenses, which is why I feel that many of the people here are so defensive of a new competitor sort of coming in because they're put under a lot of financial pressure. Uber doesn't have any licensing costs. Drivers drive their own cars when they want, if they want. Taxi drivers, unfortunately, have to drive 12-hour shifts, as many of them have said already. Uber drivers can also pick up people sort of wherever they want. Vancouver Taxi has to pick up people in Vancouver, Burnaby in Burnaby, and so on. So when a Burnaby taxi drives someone downtown, they have to drive back empty, whereas an Uber could just drive with people back. Now, benefits to the consumer. In terms of reliability, with more transportation options, passengers are more likely to get a safe ride when they need one. Trying to catch a taxi in Vancouver on Friday, Saturday is a bit of an issue. The SkyTrain services and early night buses are full. Passengers are often stranded. Many make the wrong choice and drive drunk, for instance. Uber will add an option and could serve as a safe ride option and could maybe deter people from making that unsafe option of driving drunk. Service and cleanliness. You spoke about the challenges of maybe not having the cleanest taxi drives or taxi rides. Uber works on a rating system, so cars are usually much cleaner and sort of maintained in a better state. In terms of safety, since transactions with Uber happen with an app, there's no cash exchange. There's no way of a driver running out of a taxi without paying. So that's great for the driver. passengers can call the driver if they've forgotten something in the car. In a taxi, you often just jump in and out if you've just hailed it, and if you lose a cell phone or a purse or something, the likelihood of finding it might be small. There's also a record of the driver that's picked you up and of the passenger you're picking up as a driver. So there's accountability, and in case of an assault or anything bad happening, there's sort of record of who was in a car with who. In terms of price, trying to catch a taxi from downtown Vancouver to the suburbs is really expensive, and Uber is generally quite a bit cheaper. And also Uber can take more than 4 people in a car, whereas taxis are usually limited to 4, or always limited to 4 actually. And then there's the rating system, which is really great because it holds drivers and passengers accountable for behaving and being reasonable while they're getting a ride from someone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you do have a question from Councillor Deal.
Hey there. Thanks for coming out tonight. A couple of questions for you. And it's asking whether or not you think these things are appropriate for Uber drivers. Do you think Uber drivers should have the same training for people with disabilities as the taxi industry is providing? And do you think that they should have the same standards for low emission vehicles and bike racks that we're working with in our cab industry here? And do you feel that there should be a minimum number of accessible cars available at any given time through the Uber system?
So what was your first question?
So,
I'll answer one.
Yeah, sorry, I did 3 at once. Bad habit. Do you feel that Uber drivers should be required to have the same level of training, especially around people with disabilities, as the taxi industry does?
Yeah, I think so. And I actually see the taxis as Uber sort of alleviating demand from maybe accessible taxis that could then pick up someone else that doesn't need an accessible taxi.
Oh, so you don't feel that Uber themselves should be required to?
I do, but there's now more options. So maybe someone that doesn't need an accessible taxi would just take an Uber, and then there would be more taxis available for people with accessibility concerns to take them. And also there would be Ubers that would be accessible for people in wheelchairs or.
But you don't feel that Uber itself should be required to provide?
I think they should both have them.
A minimum amount?
Yeah.
In Uber as well, okay. And then they should have the same training. And then there are also standards around low emission vehicles and around 10% of cabs having bike racks is something that we're working on. Is that something that you feel should be applied to Uber as well?
Yep, absolutely. And like I said, if a car can take more than 4 passengers, a taxi can't. And if you're a group of 5 or 6, you're only taking 1 trip as opposed to taking 2 trips. And if you have a low emission Uber that takes 6 people, you're saving that much more.
There are vans through the cab system as well. But okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Great, that's all your questions. Thank you. So we have next Saif Ullah, then Ben Cook, then Jerry McGuire.
Good evening. I would like to withdraw my name because most of my points have been shared by my colleagues.
Thank you. You're Sucha? Oh, no, you're safe. All right, Ben Cook.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ben Cook. A brief history and introduction of myself. I've been a limousine driver prior to the Olympics for 2 years. Following that, I worked for another company which did weddings, party buses, you name it, they had the vehicle and I drove it. I currently am an independent contractor for one of the consulates, and so I have a good sense of the issues that you're talking about here, and I think the acronym ASK, Listen and Act, is certainly something that could be adopted by TransLink, and I think each of the people in this room have a tremendous amount of value and experience to contribute to ideas to make traffic flow. I feel somewhat sensitive to the issues of the taxi drivers here. I know from my time at YVR and checking in prior to pickups for limousines how hard these gentlemen work, and all the hoops they have to hop through to drive is incredible. I like the concept of ride share. Um, my brain is such that I am a little bit of a visionary. And when I was riding ski lifts and I noticed that they had barcodes that you could scan, the idea popped into my head living in Tawasin that we should have a car club where people scan their membership card and get a ride to Vancouver. That would be a great advantage because we could get through the tunnel in the HOV lanes. I'm in support of taxi drivers. It amazes me how empty HOV lanes are, and I wonder why cab drivers aren't using HOV lanes. I found myself guilty one time of using the HOV lane. Was my first month working for Griffin Transportation, and we had a staff meeting, and I said, what did all those heads mean on the HOV lanes? We circled the room. There's probably 20 drivers there. My boss, no one knew. They just said, oh, don't worry about going in HOV lanes. You're a limousine driver. So ironically, next day I'm driving the HOV lane. I get pulled over and I get a ticket. That's when Granville was HOV, and it was for buses only. Those HOV lanes are valuable and they're underused. Cab drivers should be able to use them, and that would make them much more available to the public because they'd make their trips faster and their returns faster. I'm a little bit nervous here. My goal has always been, I'm a professional ski instructor. I'm an outdoor enthusiast. I'm a golfer with lots of skills. I wanted to combine my skills with driving to take the tourists in Vancouver to golf courses, to our beautiful mountains, and to the ski hills. There's lots of limitations. A company like Uber would give me the flexibility to use my professional skills and make a reasonable income by combining my ski teaching with opportunities for transportation. I've talked to this with this concept with limousine owners. The costs are prohibitive. They have to keep those cars moving. When you're with a group in the mountains, you need reliable transportation, so you can't be waiting for someone to come and pick you up. You have to have your own vehicle. Clients who I would work with would require lots of space and professionalism. Now, just one comment about first aid. In my skiing background, I've gone over time here, but I'll just make this final point. My skiing background, I was first a ski patrol, and my daughter.
Actually, you're out of time. I'm afraid you're over time a bit here.
My daughter broke her leg, and the firemen arrived at the arena.
Sir, we give 5 minutes to everybody. It's not fair if
It
you
wouldn't touch
carry
me.
on.
Somebody can ask me the question, I'll finish.
Nobody's asking a question, but thank you for coming out. Jerry McGuire is next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ready, set, clock. Thank you. Basically, I've just got a bunch of points here, much as anything. For starters, with all due respect to the previous speaker, Uber's not really interested in drivers. They've told Google that they want 500,000 driverless cars ASAP. In Toronto, they claim they're law-abiding, but they were ordered to cease and desist, and they did not comply with the cease and desist order. Generally speaking, they're relatively a bad corporate actor. Every community they're in, Uber has failed to accommodate the handicap community in every city. They're just not interested. They want to collect their money and get the heck out of there. Their business mode is essentially, in the overview, in the big scheme of things, a technological transfer of wealth from the lower economic echelons to the upper 0.1% of the economic echelons. Basically, they've got $500 million to play with. They're financed by Goldman Sachs, who gave us a 2008 meltdown, which included betting against their own clients while calling loans against them, making sure they failed and then betting on the stock market on their failure. That's who we're dealing with. We're dealing with Goldman Sachs. We're dealing with the top echelon of the economic elite. We're coming here to rake 15% off the top for writing an app. That's it. That's all they did. They just wrote an app. Is that app worth that much? Right? Do we need to give them all that money for writing an app? I don't know. I don't think so. But anyways, and the other point I wanted to breach was, and really what brought me up here as much as anything, was that City Council is considering in the long term regulating the mileage of limousines, mileage per gallon of limousines, which that was interesting, but it's probably not necessary in the sense that in the next couple of few years, hybrid limousines should be fairly common. I don't know if it's worth spending a lot of council or staff time on something that's, the market is very nicely taken care of itself. The only thing that might be needed is a little bit of coordination between the city and the transportation board, because right now you can get the big SUVs are more commonly hybrid, but I'd love to switch. I'd love to have a hybrid, save money. A penny saved is a penny earned, and those things get crazy mileage. And it's going to be within 5 years. Almost every limo on the road will be hybrid, anyways. I would hope, and with any luck, Jerry Maguire will have one. That's it. Thank you kindly, folks. Oh, wait, isn't it Poetry Month? Poetry Month.
We're good on poetry.
Hmm?
We're good on poetry.
You're good on poetry?
Oh yeah, we're good on poetry.
Very short.
Thank you very much, though.
Oh, sir. Oh, sir, you have.
Councillor Meggs, did you have a question? Then if you could get him back on, Councillor DeGenova has a.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Councillor Meggs, you want to get back on then, please? Thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
And we have no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
We've come to the end of our speakers. So would someone like to move a motion? I see Councillor Meggs is on to do that. Councillor Meggs?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I did send the clerk a revised motion based on the staff, and I'll just say a few words to introducing it. Hopefully I have some time to come back at the end if there's enough left. But I think what I'm proposing here is not what I thought I might propose as I came to work this morning. I've thought long and hard about this. This is a very, very tough issue. It's also a very tough industry to work in. We've heard about that tonight, the 5 and 6 day weeks, the 12 hours a day, the standards that we impose. And looking back very quickly over the story of this particular issue, this council pressed the taxi industry to do even more, much, much more in the context of some of the changes and decisions that were coming, because we wanted them to be sure to be putting the customers first in all of the considerations that we were making. And I've heard tonight, and I guess it reminded me how much has happened. I'd heard it before, but hearing it in one place, to see some of these dramatic changes, the Ask, Listen, and Act program, which is unique and generated here in this industry in consultation with people who need those accessible cabs. The TOPS program, the temporary licenses that were designed to target that particular problem we have in the Granville Entertainment District. It's an innovation that of course, other cab companies and other suburbs would like to emulate or share in, but was an innovation generated here in the Vancouver industry. The wheelchair accessible taxi application, which unfortunately the PTB is still stuck on, but I think that the industry signaled it's going to litigate that further. And eCab, which is a brand new app, and all of these things are very, very dramatic changes which signal that the taxi industry, in spite of the difficulties it's been facing, hasn't been sitting back complacently, but really trying to make those changes that we've asked for. And in the course of the litigation that occurred, it was clarified that the City of Vancouver does have responsibility to make changes and to regulate this industry alongside the PTB. So I would just like to say to staff that I've been really impressed as well by all the work that was done with the Vehicle for Hire dialogue and a lot of the other innovations we asked them to make. There's some valuable gains. I think we heard today that there's widespread agreement among the stakeholders that that process should continue, but there's need for a regional and provincial approach. And we heard that from people who are coming from Uber. We heard that from the suburban cabs. We heard the VTA talk about some aspects of that. We really need to see Minister Todd Stone get involved on policy and on enforcement, so that we can start to bring the situation into better focus. You know, I think we've really got to be careful here in a period of dramatic change, not to throw in additional changes that could make the situation very, very difficult for people who are trying to step up and provide the kind of customer service that we've seen here. So we have to be realistic, and we have to be on the side of positive change, but not undermine the people who are asking to deliver those services. So I would just say that what I really would like to take away from this is a call on Victoria to help in the leadership in this Vehicle for Hire dialogue, take it to another phase, bring in the stakeholders we've talked to, and we should be able to go forward from there. So now, quickly take a look at the, I think it's up on the screen. We got it there? Okay, so I've tried to structure this based on the staff one. So the first one, as is. I think we heard tonight that the first aid and customer service ideas aren't ready for prime time, so I'm proposing we simply take those out, but leave in the one on requiring taxi drivers to assist passengers. I don't know if you could scroll down, Madam Clerk, that would be great. The next change would be in B5 to require accessible drivers to wait at least 5 minutes for the passenger. This is already the VTA's policy. The Downtown Entertainment District, I would propose extending the temporary moratorium on new taxi licenses for 12 months. And then delete B8, which would basically maintain the status quo. That would be direction to staff. Carry on, please. So then continue with the destination-themed taxi hubs. This is really in an effort to try to get, this actually is really redundant now and probably shouldn't be there. So I don't think at this point we should take that out too, Madam Clerk, because it assumes the previous one was still there. Then a very important change on enforcement, and this is substituting language for what was in the staff report, to immediately commence regular enforcement actions and send a letter to the PTB requesting that they conduct additional concerted enforcement against taxis that operate in violation of their licenses, and then the increase as proposed by staff. Data monitoring, we've heard some concerns about that from the industry, but it's really a critical way that we need to move forward, and I hope that we continue to see that happen right across the region. Environmental performance stayed the same. Regional level taxi planning is as the staff proposed it. And then on the ride-sharing question, call on the Minister of Transport, which is what I referred to in my opening remarks, working in liaison with other local governments, the PTB, ICBC, the taxi industry, and other key stakeholder groups to participate in a further roundtable process, which is the Vehicle for Hire dialogue, to examine issues and opportunities for rideshare with a view to establishing an appropriate policy framework before approving any ride-sharing services in the province. And we heard from the gentleman from Uber, and at least I took his comments to mean that they would not move forward until there was a policy framework that they could apply under, and we don't see that yet. So that would presumably provide an appropriate and measured spot for that conversation. And then finally, C as proposed by staff. So Mr. Chair, I move that, and I think that would serve the purpose as well.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Meigs. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also have a number of amendments that I was going to make to the original motion that came to me through the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee that they've worked very hard on. So I would like to propose maybe a 5-minute recess because I would have to renumber all of my several amendments here to the main motion, as I did not receive the amended motion from Councillor Meggs ahead of time.
Of course, the recess would be it. Mr. Chair, I guess my
Councillor
point of
Meggs.
order would be that if, as I understood the submissions of the people from the disabilities community, they were anticipating the development of suburban cabs here, which was why this was an issue. So it may be moot if council approves the motion that has been submitted now.
It's my understanding, actually, that there was some very specific language that not only did they bring to me, but I went back to staff and our legal staff today as well to work on. So I have some language here, and I'm not sure. If you'd like me to take 5 minutes, I could renumber it, or we can stumble upon it here and renumber
Well, thank you. Okay, let's take 5 minutes, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, so not longer. It's, yes.
Yeah, I can introduce the amendments. Yes, that's fine. I'm
Okay.
happy to do that.
Okay. Introduce them then.
I'm happy to do that. Just under recommendations, and I'm talking to the original motion right now, as I don't have a copy in front
No,
of me.
we know that, so.
No, but for everybody who's listening at home as well. So I was going to add B, that council take appropriate action, and I've actually sent it to the clerk if the clerk would like to bring it up, and I sent it to all councillors earlier in the evening. The council take appropriate action to remedy the shortage of accessible taxis in Vancouver and to ensure that service quality and wait times for accessible taxis are equivalent to those for non-accessible taxis. And then everything's renumbered because I've added B, but then C4 is added, which is as a condition. Oh, should I wait for you to? Do we all want to read along?
Carry on.
As a condition of licensing, require all taxi drivers to pass a training program such as Ask, Listen, Act, or equivalent that teaches skills for transporting disabled passengers to ensure their safety and comfort. And then there's C5 under accessible taxi supply, that council strongly support a new application to the PTB for the 58 VTA wheelchair accessible taxi licenses in Vancouver and change license conditions for all 78 to remove the 1-for-1 replacement requirement. And then everything else is renumbered.
Okay, so do you need 5 minutes still? Or
I don't,
think
as
we
long
can-
as the clerk can renumber those, but there's a lot to renumber here with Councillor Meggs's amended motion.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, as long as that's fine. I don't need a recess as long
Okay,
as
that's great.
the clerk can
Thank
bring
you.
that up and
Thanks.
incorporate that.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thanks.
Mayor Robertson? Oh, Amendment Q. Amendment Q. Okay, Councillor Paul, she's gone. Right. Okay, there's an Amendment Q, right? Just a moment, then, please. Okay.
And perhaps Councillor Affleck would like to speak to this too, but these amendments came directly to me from the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. I would like to thank staff very much for working through these amendments with the committee and with me to make sure that the language was proper and correct. And really, to go through it, the Ask, Listen, Act, or the equivalent, and that was very important, the wording of equivalent, is that this was a program that was developed by persons with disabilities for persons with disabilities. So I think that that's very important. And then also the language, the council strongly support a new application regarding the 58 wheelchair accessible taxis. That was very important to them. So we've deliberated over words here. I had shared these amendments ahead of time with all of my colleagues, but it was very important to them that this was incorporated in the motion. I don't think that this really changes the the main recommendations. However, it certainly does put an emphasis on those 58 wheelchair accessible cabs that I think we all as a council would like to see on the road sooner than later.
Thank you. Councillor Affleck? Whoops, you disappeared. Could you go back on, please? Okay.
Copperfield. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will support these. I thank Councillor DeGenova for working closely and with the committee, the person with the Disabilities Committee, for working on this and providing us with their input as the liaisons for the council. I think it's appropriate that we provide what we can as input here in the chamber. And given the changes that Councillor Meggs has done, obviously we're doing this a bit on the fly. So trying to see how they are inserted, but obviously I'm supportive of them, supportive of the community, and hope we get full support around the room. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Meggs?
Well, my only question is a technical one about whether or not where the process is with the PTB, whether or not there's a judicial review or whether a new application is warranted. So my only quibble is that perhaps we should just say support the VTA's efforts to obtain approval of the 58 additional or something like that, because my understanding was they had sought a judicial review. Anyway, I think we're on the same page. It's just that I don't think we should say they should reapply again if that's not necessary and judicial review is possible. So leave it up to them to figure out how they want to do it, but our support, I think, is clear and there's no disagreement on that front.
Okay, so Councillor Carr? Councillor Carr.
Mr. Chair, I was going to just, number one, thank Councillor DeGenova and Councillor Affleck for their work with the People with Disabilities Committee and the work of that committee and their proactive effort to bring changes to us that address concerns that may not have been met and that were not met in their opinion in the recommendations from staff. So I love that process. It's one that I think really honors the work of ongoing work of our advisory committees. And I too had a question about, because having just learned about the potential the request for a judicial review, but that question has been asked and answered, and if there's wording that can be done that's capture that unclear future direction, but that clearly states in it our support for the 58 additional accessible taxis, I would be happy with that wording.
Thank you, Councillor Carr as well. Councillor Louis.
Off my mic. There you go. I just turned, don't touch anything. All right. So I'm at a bit of a disadvantage right now. Oh, there it's back. I just wanted to look at it because I, like Councillor Meggs, have some concerns that we're in the midst of an appeal process that was launched today, and it to now then say that we would support an additional and new application, I think it confuses the matter. I think it's clear and has been clear for some time that this council, at least the majority of council, has been very supportive of our Vancouver Taxi Association, and that we support and have wanted to approve these 58 for some time now. And it's unfortunate that the PTB has not allowed that to happen. So rather than being so prescriptive, I'd move an amendment to the motion, the amendment to the main motion. If I could just get that amendment to the amendment, sorry. If I could just get that language back up on the screen so I can see it more directly. Well, it was there.
You just changed it. It was
All right.
Melissa,
Because it's very clear in the staff report under B4 that support the VTA to appeal the PTB to review the 2014 decision and approve the 58 additional accessible taxis and change license conditions for all 78 to remove the one-for-one replacement requirement. So that's already in the staff report. I think if there's an issue with the appeal And the new language that are we ready with the language now? That, of course, we strongly support the VTA efforts to obtain the new taxis. So you've stripped out the language already. So how about I? Where's that language? Because it matches up with what my thinking is from the difference for what Councillor DiGenova had moved, rather than a new appeal. So can we get the language back up on the screen? There we go. So that's fine. I'll move that. B4.
So I'll move to another amendment Q. Amendment to the amendment. Councillor Louis is on that.
4 is his amendment.
Well, this is the language that's up on the screen right now. Previously, with Councillor DiGenova's motion amendment, it was a new application, right? And this does not have that language, and so I'll move this as an amendment to the amendment that Council strongly support the VTA's effort to obtain approval for the 58 VTA wheelchair accessible taxi licenses in Vancouver and change license conditions for all 78 to remove the one-for-one replacement requirement.
Councillor Meigs, can you go back on the amendment to the amendment queue? Thank you. Councillor Meigs, amendment to the amendment.
I agree with that. I have a suggestion when the time comes for the first two on the page there, because I have a question about the first one. I have no issue with this. I have no issue with the second one.
So we'll have a vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Just the number 3 part.
Right. Let's just have hands. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
The voting queue? Let's go to use the voting queue.
I don't think we need to with this. That vote, that.
Oh, the city clerk says we need.
No. Do we need to? The clerk says we need to. Okay, can we bring up the voting queue?
Oh, I think that all the amendments.
Okay, so I'll now call the vote. Please press your buttons and vote. Vote for me. Yes. So we have 7 in favor, none in opposition. That is passed. Oh, Councillor, we better redo it. Councillor Deal's vote did not register.
I got yelled at last night. Maybe you will too.
So are we ready to vote again?
How many times? I've already voted twice.
Okay. Okay, so there we have 8 in favor. It's going up every moment. None in opposition. So that has passed. You don't have to have lots of claps. It's just an amendment to an amendment. Oh, well. Okay, so if we can go back.
If I could, number 1.
I'm not getting my screen back here. Put my screen back, please. Can you put me back to the?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done with the amendment. I've made my amendment to the amendment. I think, but Councillor Meigs, I think, had something additional to the amendment.
Okay, so amendment to the amendment, we'll move on to Councillor, no, this is just the amendment, sorry. Councillor DeGenova.
She spoke on.
I spoke on all of them
Okay.
together, unless
Councillor
you wanted me to
Meigs?
speak on all 21 of them.
Councillor Meigs, you're on the amendment.
Yeah, I don't think council should take the action. We should get a report from staff on actions necessary from there. Because I have no idea what appropriate action would be, so I would just suggest to Councillor DeGenova that we ask staff to report back on appropriate actions necessary to remedy the shortage and so forth.
The same thing, the same language, it's just that we get a report on it.
Okay, an amendment to the amendment. Is that a friendly amendment?
Advice that I was given by staff earlier, which helped me to craft these amendments, and I think that...
Point of order, it's inappropriate to impugn my motives and to suggest I'm implying bad faith on the part of the staff.
Yes, I agree with that. That's...
Okay, I will reword that. It would have been, since I had sent this ahead to Councillor Meigs, and it was something that
Let's not have a lecture, just...
that the committee worked... I have my time. Thank you,
I know,
Councillor
but we don't
Stevenson.
need to lecture, Council.
No, but I don't need one either. And I have to say that this was something that the
I'm the
committee, I know,
chair.
put a lot of time and effort into. And I'm just wondering why we even have liaison counselors to committees if committees aren't encouraged to bring things forward here to council.
Councillor DeGenova, that's not the issue. We don't need this at 10:30 at night. Can we just either agree or change the wordings or disagree?
Not going to make it, my vote isn't going to make a difference anyways, and obviously what the committee has to say isn't going to make a difference anyways, so you do what you'd like to do.
Okay, so you'd like to move the amendment to the amendment? Can we go to a voting? Is there anyone who wants to speak on that now?
I won't vote to that.
Let's go to the voting, please. So, so we can now vote, please. That's, voting is in, 7 in favor, Councillor DeGenova in opposition. That amendment to the amendment passes.
Those are in favor there.
No, it
So,
showed me opposed, actually.
yes, it showed in opposition. So we're finished with the amendments to the amendments, and we'll move to the,
We did two.
No, did we not do two?
and we move back to the amendment, and
There
we
was
have
3.
Councillor Meigs.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova on the amendment itself now. That's it?
I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Let's move on then to the vote of the motion as amended. As amended, yes. So we'll move to voting. On, yeah, as on all 3, as amended. Yes. So, please vote. So we have 8 in favor and none in opposition. That passes unanimously. Okay. Yes, we're now at the main motion. Does anyone wish to speak? Okay. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. No. There we are. Oh. So we have Mayor Robertson up first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for everyone's patience. Sometimes the amendments to the amendments, it's kind of like making sausage here. Not pretty to watch, but hopefully it's a good outcome from all of this. So I just want to thank Councillor Meggs and Councillor DiGenova for their motions and amendments coming forward, because I think we're on the same page as council right now, and a lot of work's being done to get us to this point. Thanks to all the speakers who've come to give some guidance to council, and in particular all the work done by staff and roundtable participants to get us here today. I mean, I think the bottom line here is that our top priority here in Vancouver and as council is getting the accessible cabs, making sure that those 58 additional accessible cab licenses are the top priority. That's a clear message that we need to send back to the BC government versus taking these other steps. It's clear that with all of the changes, all of the different challenges faced right now by industry, and all the needs that people have for mobility around the city, that there's more work that needs to happen here, and we need another period of time. A year, I think, is reasonable for continuing the moratorium and making sure that the BC government's at that round table and helping to, they need to be leading the changes that get made going forward. We need them to play a much more active leadership role at that round table. And as a city, we need to keep representing the interests of our citizens and making sure that we are putting clear priority on accessibility, on having a green fleet, having drivers who are well-trained and respectful and doing a great job, and that the technology and customer service continue to improve. So I think we've had really clear priorities as a city. We've been consistent with that. We've seen good cooperation and advance from industry. We've seen stakeholders come forward to the roundtable, but we do need the BC government to be leading at that roundtable and making sure that the overall system changes that get made as the world changes here are being led by the BC government. That's clearly they have an important responsibility here, and the rest of us, I think, all need to be at that table as strong partners as well. So we make the best decisions we can going forward with the bigger changes, and in the meantime, we deal with this issue and make sure that the 58 additional accessible cabs are our top priority. And we send that signal and look forward to getting the work done in the months ahead. That's all.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Louie is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the mayor said, thank you to Councillor Meggs for his long work trying to sort through these intricate and at times I expect quite frustrating situations with our attempts to add accessible taxi cabs to our streets. That this has been a long-standing issue for us, that we had wanted to have these additional taxis on our streets, and yet the PTB, a provincial organization, was refusing to allow that to happen. And today our decision is to maintain the moratorium, that we will not approve of these additional 38 out-of-town cabs, that we will maintain our position, but at the same time advocating strongly that we want those 58. I've been assured by the taxi industry in Vancouver that these 58 could come on stream as soon as a month. And if we're looking for service, what better service than that we can get than not 38, but 58 taxis on our streets, 58 accessible taxis on our streets. And so the mayor, of course, is quite diplomatic in his ask for the minister to participate. But the question is really why are we held up by the PTB, a provincial organization that is not allowing these 58 taxis that are ready and available to come onto our streets today, to immediately start that process. And so the question really is to the provincial minister, why won't he allow this to happen? And we've been waiting on this for a very long time. So my hope is that we, in fact, do have engagement from the minister, that we eventually will have reason bear out in this instance for our city. After all, it is this regime that's set up both at a provincial level and a city level, and we are exercising our fiduciary responsibility, our legal rights to say we would rather have 58 accessible taxi cabs on our streets rather than 38 out-of-town cabs on our streets. I do also want to thank Councillor Meigs for introducing the additional language in regards to enforcement. When we drive, like earlier when I spoke a little bit earlier about how I personally seen a number of out-of-town cab drivers picking up on our streets against the current rules, it gives me little faith that by approving 38 out-of-town cabs that would at all help the situation in terms of proper compliance with the rules. We must have proper compliance, whether it be the out-of-town cabs or other organizations that are thinking about entering into our city. There are reasons why we have these rules. It's for public safety and accountability to ensure that our citizens are kept safe. And so I hope that the provincial minister also listens to that component as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's going to be an applause measure soon. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I too would like to thank everyone who came to speak and has endured a very long evening, and all the staff for their work on this. And I just want to start by saying that we should acknowledge that the Vancouver Taxi Association is providing good service to the people of Vancouver. They provide it all the time. They pick up all people, as they noted, sometimes under very difficult circumstances. They've had 167 complaints in 600,000 trips. I think that's pretty good. I don't know very many places that offer that kind of service with so few complaints. I don't know how many of you have also downloaded eCab. If you haven't, do it. It's brilliant. And so they're constantly improving their service. And more importantly, they're working with the city to make sure that they meet our goals as well around a greener city in terms of their fleet, around an accessible city in terms of their cabs and their training. So with that being said, it's quite clear to me that the real issue here has been around meeting the needs of passengers in peak weekend evening times. And they are the peak earning times. I think we have to really listen to the people who came to speak of us. These are the peak earning times that if we don't ensure the protection of the taxi cab drivers who drive empty around the city for a lot of other hours in order to make sure that there is availability of cabs, but they make their prime money in those weekend evening hours, that if we don't protect that, we will lose the service. We could lose that service. So the issue is how do we move on achieving better service at that time? It's clearly not by allowing the 38 license or approving the 38 licenses to the suburban taxi cab companies who don't meet the same level of performance, quality, safety, and meeting city goals as the Vancouver Taxi Cab Associations do. So we are supporting, and I'm happy to see in this motion, we are supporting the continued application and the fight to get the 58 additional accessible taxi licenses, which would be available permanently 24/7, and so it could meet the need of the weekend evening drivers. I also just want to thank all of those around the table who have worked at amendments, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Meigs, working to incorporate the views of our People with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and noting too that that in there was a drop of some issues I thought I didn't know where they came from in terms of, for example, requiring occupational first aid. It seems to me when you've got a driver of 32 years with 2 incidents over that period of time, that's not something we need to move on at this point in time. Whereas the ask, listen, and act program is. And so I'm glad to see that that's firmly embedded. And finally, regarding exploring car sharing, I'm going to assume, and I hope that this is the case, that car sharing doesn't just mean Uber, that if we're exploring something, that we can think about car sharing much more broadly in terms of carpooling and you know, co-ops and co-op cars and sort of the broader sense of it. And I certainly will be very clear about this. I do not support a company coming in like Uber that doesn't have the licensing regime in place for them, and they clearly, in answer to questions, did not appear at this point to be looking to provide a service within the laws that currently exist within this province. With that, I'm prepared to support this motion as it's been amended.
Thank you. That's very high on the Richter scale with applause. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start, first of all, by thanking our staff, who I know have put a lot of time into not only this recommendation, but into working with all of the stakeholders and all of the different diverse user groups who do use our taxi service here in Vancouver and are certainly looking at that as a mode of transportation to get around. We give you thanks, but if you add up the hundreds of hours you put into this every year, I'm not quite sure that we'd even be able to quantify it on paper. That being said, I'd also very much like to, Councillor Carr was very kind and thanked me, but really it's the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee that I'm lucky enough to be the liaison to, that put forward a number of these amendments and is making sure that they advocate for persons with disabilities to make sure that there's comfort and safety for them in the taxi cabs. So I would like to thank Ms. Brown and Ms. Weiss, who came out tonight, and I know that a number of people on the committee have worked on this, and also on the Ask, Listen, Act, and Ms. Dyson spoke to that too tonight. This really is a world-class program, and I think that we need to be moving forward with that. And thank you for all of your work on that and for bringing it forward and for educating me on that program. I wouldn't have known as much as I had if it wasn't especially for Ms. Weiss. So thank you for that. I think that what we've learned here tonight, not just here, through the report and over the years with our Vancouver taxi service, is we can be very proud that our city is holding a higher level, a higher standard than any other municipality in Metro Vancouver. And maybe we have to look at some universal guidelines across Metro Vancouver. But we have to be very proud of what we have in a taxi service here. And in moving forward and considering letting other taxi services in, whether that be to pick up passengers or in looking in expanding licenses, we certainly do need to consider as we move through what those standards are and do they meet the standards that the Vancouver Taxi Association has shown that they not only meet but excel at. So I'm very happy tonight to support this, and also I'm very happy to hear us having the conversation about rideshare. Rideshare doesn't necessarily mean Uber. Uber also was here tonight, and Uber did speak to trying to make sure that they're considering accessibility, and that's certainly on their radar. And as they move forward here, I'm sure it's become clear to them tonight that the bar has been set higher by the Vancouver Taxi Association and all of the people who have come here to speak tonight. So if rideshare is something we're going to be looking at with the Act, Listen, Act, with all of the new steps that we're taking to make sure that we all together, I hope, as a council, can move forward, put the politics aside, and make sure we get those extra 58 accessible taxis on the road ASAP. That's what I'd like to see, and I'll be doing all that I can to move forward to make sure that that happens. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you for staying through tonight, the long haul with us, and to, again, the committee for the hundreds and hundreds of hours of work that they volunteer to make sure that they're advocating for those people that Ms. Dyson said might not feel good about calling the taxi company and complaining about the wait time, but it's you, Ms. Weiss and Ms. Brown and Ms. Dyson, who really who hear those people and bring those opinions to us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to Councillor Meggs.
Thanks. Mr. Chair. No, it's okay. I'll go now.
Oh, would you like to wait till the last then?
Okay, if you like. Sure. Okay.
I don't know why you signed up so fast, you know. Who did I miss here? Somebody, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, we'll put you on, Councillor Affleck.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't have much to add as far as what we've heard already this evening. It was good to see full support around the table for Councillor DeGenova's changes related to accessible taxis and through her committee. I will say, though, that you know, we had a few metaphors tonight which were kind of interesting. We had sausage making, we've had lipstick on pigs. But of course, the elephant in the room is Uber. I think that's something that everybody's curious about. And I think, personally, I'm not a big fan of protectionist government policy. I think we have that in the case of the taxi companies in Vancouver, in this province, and I think Uber is pushing that agenda, that issue, and obviously we're looking at change in the future. That we don't know what that will be, and I think that it's important for us, though, to be respectful to an industry that's respectful to the people of our city. But we also know that the industry is going through a revolution, an evolution. It's disruptive. It's changing. I don't think they are aware that the changes are happening, and they are doing what they can to evolve. But we do know that it's changing out there. The newspaper industry has gone through it. The hotel industry is going through it. Now the taxi industry is going through it. So as long as we keep, we continue to have this discussion in this chamber, but I think that the industry itself is evolving. And as I said, we can only protect you for so long, in my mind. But I do thank the industry for being very, very giving, in my mind, to the community in many ways. And so I'll support this report, and we'll move forward and go home and get to sleep.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Deal next.
Yes, thank you. Well, everything I was going to say has already been said, including the metaphors, including the setting the bar very high and all those other pieces. So I'll just add my thanks to everybody else's, to the staff, to the Persons with Disabilities Committee, as well as our Seniors Advisory Committee, and to the roundtable and the industry people who have spent so many hours, and to the people from Uber and the suburban cabs who came in and had those difficult conversations as well. I think that the fact that people all came together to talk about what we prioritize in the city has been extremely important to getting to this point. The other night I did have to wave off several suburban cabs who were trying to pick me up as I came home from a fundraiser downtown. So I was like, no, keep going, keep going. I know it's raining, just go on. Shoo. So we do need more enforcement. I think that's a really important part. And it's really, I was thinking about this, if we had some suburban cabs, and they provide a fine service in their own communities, if we had some, how would you know which ones were actually the ones that had the appropriate license? It would be very challenging to stand on a street corner and say, I think that one has a license and that one doesn't. So I think that's a challenge that would have been extremely difficult. We have to keep the pressure on the provincial government. That's been mentioned several times. But it's been an amazing evolution of our taxi cab industry in this city. We have standards second to none. And what I'm really looking forward to is, as we continue with regional talks and beyond, is that we invite others to join us in the standards that we have set, rather than diluting them. And we cannot dilute these. We've worked so hard for these. The industry has worked so hard. Our staff. All of us have spent a lot of time thinking about this, and we cannot let those be diluted. And anybody who is driving in this city who is taking someone into their car should meet those standards. And I think that's something we can move forward with and take great pride in as we continue to support safe, accessible transportation around our city. Thank you.
I think I'll have a few comments before you do and wind it up, Councillor Makes. I want to start by also thanking staff. This is a tough file, and there's been an enormous amount of work, I know, that has gone into this, and dealing with all of the various stakeholders. And I just think you've really outdone yourselves with this, and I thank you. I want to, though, particularly, well, I also want to thank Councillor DeGenova for bringing in these amendments. It's really wonderful when the councillor brings in the recommendations of a particular advisory group, and that's really an important part of our work. But I also want to thank Councillor Meigs. He has put hours into this and has done yeoman's work, and I know many of you know him very well, not only for riding cabs all the time, but from the work that's gone into this. He's had 2 huge files in the last 2 weeks. First of all, the viaducts, which was an enormous file, and now the taxis. So we owe a real debt to Councillor Meigs for this and for the way it's coming out with the amendments that he brought forward after much discussion with us. But also I want to thank the taxi cab drivers. That's a tough job, a really tough job, and day in and day out, and as Councillor Carr said, the weekends is the time for the money, and there's hours in between, and all kinds of various types of people, some who aren't very pleasant at all, and yet this city is so blessed to have the Vancouver Taxi Association and the work that all of these drivers do, and I'm most appreciative to them. I think this is a really fine solution for now. It is imperative that we have 58 more cabs, and we've all said that, and we're all going to work towards that. But the problem is, of course, the province. The province is the one that we have to continually go back to and try to leverage and try to move, and obviously we're going to do that. But this city has the best taxi service. I've traveled in many countries in the world and taken taxis in most of them. And I'm always happy to come home, except when I come to the Vancouver airport and can't get a Vancouver cab and have to go on one of the ones from another surrounding city. And I do not believe they're up to the same standards, despite what was said today. Finally, I got a little applause on that. At any rate, pardon? No, the best is coming yet. So at any rate, I will indeed be voting in favor of this amendment. Motion, I should say. Thank you. Councillor Meigs, wrap it up.
Okay, well, thanks for all the really works hard to try to represent the needs of the people of the city. We think of the people who are using the service first and the people who deliver it as well. And that's where I think this term disruption is worth going back to. You know, I've worked around people in various industries where there was a lot of disruption. And there was the view that, you know, this was inevitable, this was progress, these changes were definitely going to lead to better outcomes. But what often happened in the fishing industry and in healthcare was big changes and devastation for the people who are delivering the services. And we heard that a bit tonight about the work that people put in. I don't think it's our job here at Council to grease the skids for large corporations that want to come in here and skim off an enormous amount of money. Mr. McGuire spoke a lot of the things that I think about this, that there would be a siphon attached to the taxi industry in this city to take money to a multinational corporation that, frankly, tonight didn't say it was going to put much back. It didn't say it was really going to do a lot to worry about the standards that have been established here. And what are seen as opportunities to increase income strike me more as job sharing than ride sharing. I don't see them as necessarily an economic benefit, and I worry about what happens if we just allow this situation to unfold willy-nilly and hope that the outcome is better for people who want to get out of the Granville Entertainment District. And we don't need to take that step when we see the kinds of changes that the Vancouver Taxi Association members have put forward. And I don't think these changes were easy. I don't think, as one of the members said, that they all found it straightforward to sit down and learn how to make these innovations, to pool the money necessary to go overseas, to buy technology and that kind of thing, or to take the 18 months. There's not very many businesses in this town, either individually or collectively, that have said, we want to sit down with people with disabilities and learn how we can, as an entire sector, improve our performance. But that's what the taxi industry did. So I think there is a strong message here that the PTB, and you know, my worry was that, well, if the city continues the moratorium, will we see more resistance from the PTB, or will we, you know, if the moratorium ended, would the PTB start to change its mind? And I haven't seen anything in its behavior that would suggest that. So I am very uncomfortable with the idea that we would throw a further, bomb into the taxi industry, which is already trying to deal with so much at that time. But a ray of light may be that Minister Todd Stone has taken a lot of interest in the city and its affairs over the last couple of days. And I think it's a chance for him to really step up and take a look at what's been happening in the city of Vancouver and order his staff to create that policy environment that will take some of the best of what we've got and the best of what other people have to offer. It's probably not perfect here, and create a province-wide system that takes account and protects the investments that everyone's made collectively in our taxi system, links it up with transportation in the public sphere, that takes account of the huge needs of people with disabilities in our aging population, and protects the standards we have for safety and training and the quality and protection of the cars and all that kind of thing. So that's the hope I leave with. I think we've tried to create that space for that to happen, and I certainly hope it does. Thank everyone for coming tonight.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meigs, and we will move to the vote. And on your screen, if you could now vote, please. So there we have it, 8 in favor, none opposed. It's carried unanimously. So may we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, all those in favor? Opposed? We'll now convene into regular council. Mayor Robertson.
Okay. Okay, we will now just reconvene in regular council to deal with the recommendations and actions from our committee meeting on city finance and services. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please? Folks, we just have to wrap up the council business, so don't hesitate to take it outside and enjoy the foyer. We'll just probably be a few minutes wrapping up the council business. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Robertson is in the chair. Councillor Louis? Councillor Stevenson?
Present.
Councillor Deal? Councillor Jang is on leave of absence. Councillor Reimer is on leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Meigs? Councillor Ball is on medical leave. Councillor Carr? Councillor Affleck? Councillor DeGenova. You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And first of all, we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for item 3 regarding the taxi service review. Moved by Councillor Meigs and seconded by Councillor Deal. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. And Council, we have one bylaw for consideration related to this matter. And this was circulated by our clerks just after the decision was made at committee. And that is the bylaw to amend vehicles for hire, bylaw number 6066, which Council has before them.
And I'll ask if someone would like to move the bylaw. Councillor Meggs will move. Councillor Deal will second. Any debate on the bylaw? And I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the bylaw? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. So we have completed our business and we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Louis, seconder. Councillor DeGenova, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. This council meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.